Dear valued guest, the event will start in 10 minutes. Please be seated.
ضيوفنا الكرام، الرجاء التوجه لأماكنكم المخصصة لكم. سيبدأ الحفل خلال 10 دقائق.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ضيوفنا الكرام، الرجاء التوجه لأماكنكم المخصصة لكم. سيبدأ الحفل خلال 10 دقائق.
السلام الملكي. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير المنطقة الشرقية. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن بندر بن عبد العزيز آل سعود نائب أمير المنطقة الشرقية. معالي الأستاذ جاسم محمد البداوي الأمين العام لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، سعادة أعضاء مجلس إدارة هيئة الربط الكهربائي الخليجي، السادة الحضور، الضيوفون الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم جميعا في افتتاح منتدى تعزيز مستقبل الطاقة نحو الحياد الصفري، المنتدى الذي ننظمه اليوم هنا في المنطقة الشرقية بالتعاون مع معهد بحوث الطاقة الكهربائية العالمي إبري ومنظمة الجو 15 ومنظمة مسيري شبكات نقل الكهرباء في حوض البحر الأبيض المتوسط MEDTSO. المنتدى الذي يجمع نخبة من الخبراء العالميين والرؤساء التنفيذيين والمديرين وشخصيات بارزة من قطاع الطاقة العالمي بهدف خلق التفاعل الحاسم بين التكنولوجيا والأسواق والترابط الإقليمي في تحقيق طموحات العالم في الوصول للحياد الصفري، الهدف الذي بات ضرورة ملحة. خير ما نبدأ به آيات عطرة من الذكر الحكيم، نستمع منصتين وخاشعين للقارئ الشيخ ياسر العجيلي.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة ألا تخافوا ولا تحزنوا وأبشروا بالجنة التي كنتم توعدون. نحن أولياؤكم في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة ولكم فيها ما تشتهي أنفسكم ولكم فيها ما تدعون نزلا من غفور رحيم ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله وعمل صالحا وقال إنني من المسلمين ولا تستوي الحسنة ولا السيئة ادفع بالتي هي أحسن فإذا الذي بينك وبينه عداوة كأنه ولي حميم وما يلقاها إلا الذين صبروا وما يلقاها إلا ذو حظ عظيم.
صدق الله العظيم. فات من علم اليقين للمبالغة عندما نقول أن منطقة الخليج تقف عند مفترق طرق باعتبارها المصدر الأول للطاقة في العالم. اليوم تملك فرصة فريدة للاستفادة من موقعها المتميز لتكون رائدة في الطاقة المتجددة وحجر الأساس في التحول نحو الطاقة النظيفة، الذي سيطلع سموكم الكريم والحضور على الدور الذي تقوم به الهيئة والأهداف التي تسعى لتحقيقها. سعادة المهندس محسن الحضرمي رئيس مجلس الإدارة يلقيها نيابة عنه سعادة المهندس يعقوب الكيومي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف بن عبد العزيز أمير المنطقة الشرقية، صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن بندر بن عبد العزيز نائب أمير المنطقة الشرقية، عالي الأستاذ جاسم محمد البديوي الأمين العام لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني ويشرفني بالنيابة عن مجلس إدارة هيئة الربط الكهربائي لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في منتدى تعزيز مستقبل الطاقة نحو الحياد الصفري، والذي يجمعنا اليوم لمناقشة قضايا حيوية تمس مستقبل منطقتنا والعالم أجمع، حيث أصبحت التحديات التي تواجه قطاع الطاقة في الوقت الراهن تتطلب منا العمل الجاد والجماعي والتفكير الاستراتيجي للوصول إلى حلول مبتكرة ومستدامة تخدم مستقبل قطاع الطاقة بشكل خاص، مستقبلنا التنموي بشكل عام. إن هيئة الربط الكهربائي لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية ومنذ تأسيسها كانت ولا تزال تواصل جهودها الريادية في تعزيز التكامل والتعاون بين دول مجلس التعاون في مجال الطاقة، فلقد ساهمت مشاريع الربط الكهربائي في تحقيق استقرار وأمن الطاقة، ويعول عليها في المستقبل لتقليل الاعتماد على الوقود الأحفوري بتمكين اندماج مصادر الطاقة النظيفة والمتجددة في شبكات الكهرباء، مما يدعم توجهات دول المجلس نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة. أصحاب السمو، الحضور الكريم، اليوم ونحن نضع أصبع أعيننا الحياد الصفري كهدف أساسي، فإننا ندرك أن تحقيق هذا الهدف يتطلب منا العمل المشترك لتطوير أنظمة الكهرباء في دولنا، وإدخال التقنيات الحديثة، وتعزيز الاستثمار في مصادر الطاقة المتجددة، وكذلك تعزيز كفاءة استهلاك الطاقة إن التحول نحو الطاقة النظيفة لم يعد خياراً، بل أصبح ضرورة ملحة تفرضها الظروف البيئية والاقتصادية العالمية، حيث وضعت دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية استراتيجيات وأهداف للمضي نحو الحياد الصفري. خطت خطوات مهمة ومتنوعة دعم التحول نحو الطاقة المستدامة وتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية في إطار التوجه العالمي لتحقيق الحياد الصفري. كل هذه الجهود تعكس التزام دول مجلس التعاون بدورها في التحول نحو مستقبل منخفض الكربون ومستدام، بما يتماشى مع الرؤية الدولية لمكافحة تغير المناخ وتحقيق الحياد الصفري. يمثل هذا المنتدى فرصة مهمة لتبادل الأفكار والخبرات ولبحث سبل تطوير تعزيز التعاون بين دول مجلس التعاون والعالم في هذا المجال. فمعا يمكن أن نحقق تحولا نوعيا في قطاع الطاقة يضمن مستقبلا مستداما للأجيال القادمة. يعتبر مشروع الربط الكهربائي في الخليجي من أهم الإنجازات البارزة لدول مجلس التعاون، والذي يسهم في تقليل استهلاك الوقود الأحفوري وتعزيز استقرار شبكات الطاقة بين دول المجلس، حيث يتيح الربط الكهربائي تبادل الكهرباء بين الدول الأعضاء في حالات الطوارئ، بالإضافة إلى التبادل التجاري، ويعظم من الفوائد الاقتصادية لمشاريع الكهرباء، كما يعتبر ممكناً أساسياً لدول مجلس التعاون لتنفيذ استراتيجياتها نحو مستقبل الطاقة النظيفة. هذه الإنجازات لم تكن لتتحقق لولا الدعم الكبير الذي تلقاه الهيئة من أصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي منذ بدأ المشروع كفكرة من أكثر من 4 عقود من الزمن. تشكر الجميع المتحدثين والحضور على مشاركتهم في هذا الحدث الهام، ونتطلع إلى نقاشات مثمرة وتوصيات فعالة تسهم في تحقيق رؤيتنا المشتركة نحو مستقبل خالي من الانبعاثات الكربونية. ختاماً، أتقدم بالشكر والامتنان لأصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية حفظهم الله على الدعم المستمر لهيئة الربط الكهربائي الخليجي، وإلى صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف أمير المنطقة الشرقية حفظه الله على تشريفه ورعايته لهذا المنتدى. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
لم يعد الوصول للحياد الصفري الكربوني هدفاً محلياً، بل خطة عالمية لحماية الكوكب. دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي من أوائل الدول التي أعلنت التزامها بتحويل اتفاق باريس إلى إجراءات ملموسة للوصول للحياد الصفري الكربوني، متبنية خططاً كبيرة تسعى لتعزيز الحلول الأكثر كفاءة بما يتماشى مع الظروف الوطنية المختلفة. معالي الأستاذ جاسم البديوي الأمين العام لدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي يكشف لنا في كلمة نيرة أبرز ملامح تلك الخطة الطموحة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على الرسول الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف بن عبد العزيز آل سعود أمير المنطقة الشرقية راعي الحفل حفظه الله ورعاه، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي في مستهل كلمتي هذه أن أرفع باسمكم جميعاً أسماء آيات الشكر والعرفان لمقام خادم الحرمين الشريفين الملك سلمان بن عبد العزيز آل سعود ملك المملكة العربية السعودية، وإلى أخوانه أصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول المجلس حفظهم الله ورعاهم جميعاً لما يقدمونه من دعم للمسيرة الخيرة لمجلس التعاون من دعم ومساندة في كافة الميادين. وأتوجه بالشكر لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف أمير المنطقة الشرقية على رعايته الكريمة لهذا المنتدى، كما أشكر هيئة الربط الكهربائي لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية على دعوتهم لنا للمشاركة في هذا المنتدى الهام الذي يأتي دعماً لجهود دول مجلس التعاون في التزاماتها تجاه الحياد الصفري والتغير المناخي. ولا شك أن عقد هذا المؤتمر في هذا الوقت يعكس الأهمية المتزايدة التي توليها دول مجلس التعاون لقضايا الطاقة المستدامة وتغير المناخ، حيث يأتي هذا المؤتمر ليعكس التزام دولنا بتحقيق مستهدفاتها في مجال الطاقة المتجددة والحياد الكربوني والحفاظ على البيئة، ونتطلع بإذن الله إلى تحقيق نتائج إيجابية في هذا المنتدى في سبيل تحقيق أهدافنا المشتركة. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة الحضور الكرام، ندرك جميعاً أن التغير المناخي يشكل تحدياً عالمياً يتطلب جهوداً مشتركة ومتواصلة من الجميع، وتعتبر منطقة دول مجلس التعاون واحدة من أكثر مناطق العالم عرضة للتأثيرات الاقتصادية والبيئية المرتبطة بالتغيرات المناخية، وتواجه تحديات هائلة في مجال الطاقة، حيث يزداد الطلب على الطاقة بشكل مضطرد، بينما تتزايد أيضاً المخاطر المرتبطة بتغير المناخ. ولكننا نؤمن بأن هذه التحديات تمثل فرصاً واعدة، فمن خلال الاستثمار في مصادر الطاقة المتجددة وتحسين كفاءة استخدام الطاقة يمكننا خلق مستقبل أكثر استدامة وأمانة لأجيالنا القادمة. وفي هذا الصدد أود الإشارة إلى البيان الختامي الصادر عن مجلس الأعلى في دورته 43 بمدينة الرياض ديسمبر 2022، الذي أكد على تبني الركائز الأساسية لتحولات الطاقة، أمن الطاقة، والتنمية الاقتصادية والتغير المناخي، من خلال الاستمرار باستثمارات مستدامة للمصادر الهيدروكربونية وما تقوم به الدول الأعضاء من إنجازات وجهود في ركائز نهج الاقتصاد الدائري للكربون الأربع: خفض الانبعاث وإعادة استخدامها وإعادة تدويرها وإزالتها، وتعزيز العمل المشترك لتعظيم أثر جهود ومبادرات دول المجلس في العمل المتعلق بتحولات الطاقة والتغير المناخي، لا سيما وإننا في مجلس التعاون نسعى لتعزيز المشاريع المشتركة في دعم منظومة الابتكار والتطور التقني في مجال الطاقة المتجددة، والاستثمار في مشاريع الطاقة النظيفة، والتركيز على الاستثمار في الرأس المال البشري وسلاسل الإمداد، وذلك لتحقيق مستهدفات دول المجلس في تخفيض انبعاث الكربون وتحقيق الحياد الكربوني، وتوظيفاً للمقومات والإمكانات التي تحظى بها دول المجلس في الطاقة المتجددة لمواصلة دورها الحيوي في أمن إمدادات الطاقة وتعظيماً للمردود الاقتصادي من هذا القطاع الواعد. إنما يعتبر مصدر فخر لنا جميعاً هو ما اتخذته دول مجلس التعاون من خطوات كبيرة في هذا المجال، وسعت لتحقيق العديد من الإجراءات والخطط للحفاظ على البيئة وتحقيق الحياد الكربوني، ومنها: 1. استراتيجية دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة للطاقة التي تستهدف 44% من الطاقة النظيفة وتحقيق الحياد الكربوني في الإمارات بحلول عام 2050. 2. استراتيجية مملكة البحرين للطاقة المتجددة لتحويل 20% من الطاقة لديها إلى متجددة بحلول عام 2035 والوصول للحياد الكربوني بحلول العام 2060. 3. رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030، والتي تتضمن خطة لزيادة إنتاج الكهرباء من مصادر الطاقة المتجددة إلى 50% بحلول عام 2030 والوصول للحياد الكربوني في المملكة بحلول عام 2060. 4. رؤية سلطنة عمان 2040 للوصول بحصة الطاقة المتجددة إلى 30% من إجمالي استهلاك الكهرباء عام 2030 وتحقيق 39% منها في العام 2040 مع تحقيق الحياد الكربوني بحلول عام 2050. 5. استراتيجية دولة قطر الوطنية للطاقة المتجددة التي تهدف إلى زيادة حصة الطاقة المتجددة من مزيج الطاقة إلى 18% بحلول عام 2030. 6. رؤية دولة الكويت 2035 التي تستهدف زيادة إنتاج الكهرباء من مصادر الطاقة المتجددة إلى 15% بحلول عام 2035 وتحقيق الحياد الكربوني بحلول عام 2050. ولا يزال هناك أيها الجمع الكريم الكثير من العمل الذي يتعين القيام به والاستثمار في مشاريع الطاقة المتجددة وتطوير الشبكات الذكية وتحسين كفاءة استخدام الطاقة كما نحتاج إلى تعزيز التعاون الدولي لمواجهة تحديات تغير المناخ. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، الأخوة والأخوات الحضور، نني على ثقة بأن دول مجلس التعاون لديها الإرادة والقدرات اللازمة لتحقيق أهدافها في مجال الطاقة المستدامة، ونحن على ثقة أيضاً بأن هذا المنتدى سيساهم في تبادل الخبرات والأفكار والتجارب بين دولنا، وسيمهد الطريق لاتخاذ القرارات الحكيمة والمناسبة لتعزيز جهودنا المشتركة في مواجهة التحديات المناخية. في الختام يطيب لي أن أشكركم على دعوتكم الكريمة للمشاركة في فعاليات هذا المنتدى، سائلاً العلي القدير أن يوفقنا جميعاً لتحقيق المزيد من الإنجازات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يمكن أن تكون المخاطر المرتبطة بالمناخ بطيئة في بدايتها، ولكنها سريعة في تبعاتها. ولأن الحدث يهم الكوكب، الجميع يترقبون ويتابعون عن كثب وباهتمام كبير ما سيطرح في المنتدى. سعادة السيد جيمس ساندل القنصل العام لسفارة الولايات المتحدة في الظهران يتحدث مشكوراً.
Your Royal Highness, Prince Saud bin Nayef bin Abdulaziz, Your Excellency Jassim Mohammed Al Boudawi, distinguished members of the GCCIA, and honored guests. It is an honor to join you today to underscore the United States' strong support for the important work of the Gulf Cooperation Council Interconnection Authority. The GCCIA is a testament to the power of regional cooperation, demonstrating how shared infrastructure can foster economic opportunity, resilience, and mutual prosperity. The significance of regional collaboration was reaffirmed at the Jeddah Security and Development Summit in July 2022, where President Biden met with the leaders of the GCC, Egypt, Iraq, and Jordan for the first summit of its kind among these 9 countries. The leaders committed to working together to build a more prosperous, peaceful, and integrated Middle East, and to addressing global challenges such as food and energy security and the climate crisis through partnerships. President Biden reiterated the United States' long-standing commitment to its strategic partnerships in the region and reaffirmed the region's essential role in global trade, technology, and long-term security and prosperity throughout the globe. And energy is at the heart of these efforts. The United States fully supports the GCCIA's leadership in linking the Gulf's electrical grids and integrating renewable energy to drive a more sustainable future in the region. As President Biden emphasized during the April 2023 Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate, addressing the climate crisis requires ambitious efforts, including reducing emissions and investing in multilateral solutions. The United States is proud to support these global efforts through contributions to the Green Climate Fund and other initiatives aimed at empowering developing countries to take climate action. A prime example of the regional energy integration is the GCCIA project to link Iraq to the GCC electricity grid, a project welcomed by Secretary of State Antony Blinken and the foreign ministers of the GCC in June 2023. This project, representing years of diplomatic efforts, is a vital step toward greater regional interdependence. I should know, because as a young diplomat in 2007, I was in Basra, Iraq, working on this very issue. Then again later, as a not-so-young diplomat in 2020, I returned to Baghdad, where I continued to work on this issue, and I'm delighted to see that it has come to fruition after all these years of effort. It will not only provide critical power to the Iraqi people, but also pave the way for deeper economic cooperation in the years to come. Looking to the future, expanding these interconnections beyond the GCC to countries such as Jordan, Egypt, and Turkey will enhance energy security, stabilize markets, and reduce the region's reliance on fossil fuels as other renewable energy sources begin to connect to the grid. Together, we can build a cleaner, more resilient, and interconnected energy system that benefits the entire region. The United States remains committed to being a partner in these efforts. We stand ready to collaborate through policy dialogue, technical cooperation, and private sector investment to advance smart grids, renewable capacity, and cross-border energy trade. The work of the GCCIA exemplifies the power of regional cooperation in tackling global challenges. Your efforts will shape not just the future of energy, but also the future of economic growth, stability, and sustainability across the region and the globe. Thank you very much.
عندما يكون العالم مجمعاً على أهمية الحياد الصفري، فالهدف لم يعد فكرة ثانوية بل رئيسية. الحد من هذه الظاهرة يحركنا كل يوم لتدارك المخاطر المقبلة. الكلمات وحدها لا تكفي لرسم صورة واضحة، اللقطة أكثر تعبيراً. نتابع سوياً فيلماً عن الجهود المبذولة للوصول للحياد الصفري، الصورة والهدف.
قبل ملايين السنين بدأت الحياة على هذه الأرض، ولطالما كانت الكوارث الطبيعية من براكين وزلازل وأعاصير وحرائق جزءاً من النظام البيئي، استطاع كوكبنا الصغير أن يتعافى من آثارها بشكل ذاتي دون حاجة إلى أي مساعدة، خاصة منا نحن البشر. لكن الثورة الصناعية التي شهدتها الحضارة البشرية خلال القرون الأخيرة وتعاظمت مظاهرها خلال القرن العشرين، جالبة معها الراحة الظاهرية والرفاه والاستقرار، أدت بالمقابل إلى مجموعة من النتائج الكارثية التي بدأت تهدد مستقبل البشرية جمعاء. انحسار الغابات، التصحر، التلوث، الاحتباس الحراري، ثقب طبقة الأوزون، كل ذلك مجرد جزء من النتائج غير المدروسة للاستعمال غير المسؤول للطاقة، وما نجم عن ذلك الاستعمال من انبعاثات كربونية لم يعد بإمكان العالم تجاهلها. خلال العقود الثلاثة الأخيرة توالت قمم المناخ العالمية، وتم توقيع عدد من الاتفاقيات التي تهدف للحد من ارتفاع البصمة الكربونية للأرض، لعل أبرزها اتفاقية باريس عام 2015. لم تكن هيئة الربط الكهربائي الخليجي بعيدة عن كل ذلك، فلطالما سعت الهيئة لإيجاد حلول أكثر ابتكاراً لكبح جماح التلوث. ولهذه الغاية نظمت الهيئة عام 2022 وبالتعاون مع معهد بحوث الطاقة الكهربائية العالمي إيبري منتدى تخزين الطاقة الأول.
لذلك بدأنا منذ عامين في تنظيم المنتدى الأول لتخزين الطاقة. المنتدى الأول جلب كثير من الخبراء وصناع القرار لمناقشة أحد الموضوعات الحيوية في مجال التحول الطاقي، ألا وهو تخزين الطاقة. تخزين الطاقة طبعا هو من المعطيات الأساسية والمطلوبة لعملية التحول الطاقي، وهو ممكن أساسي لهذا التحول.
كما نظمت عام 2023 ومع ذات الشركاء منتدى تخزين الطاقة العالمي، والذي أقيم تحت شعار التحول الراهن نحو مصادر الطاقة النظيفة في دول مجلس التعاون. ثم جاء انعقاد مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة بشأن التغير المناخي في دبي عام 2023، والمعروف اختصاراً ب COP28، ليشكل خطوة كبيرة على الطريق الصحيح، خاصة وأنه جمع ممثلين عن 195 دولة اتفقوا جميعاً على اتخاذ تدابير صارمة للحد من الانبعاث الكربوني. وها نحن اليوم وبرعاية كريمة من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف بن عبد العزيز أمير المنطقة الشرقية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وبشراكة بناءة بين هيئة الربط الكهربائي الخليجي ومعهد بحوث الطاقة الكهربائية العالمي إيبري ومنظمة جو 5 تين الدولية ومنظمة مسيري شبكات نقل الكهرباء في حوض البحر الأبيض المتوسط MidTSO نشهد انطلاق أعمال منتدى تعزيز مستقبل الطاقة نحو الحياد الصفري الدولي تحت عنوان الطاقة من أجل المستقبل نحو صافي الانبعاثات الصفرية، حيث يفخر المنتدى باستضافة مجموعة من أبرز أصحاب القرار والمتخصصين في قطاع الطاقة العالمي لمناقشة استراتيجيات وتقنيات التحول نحو مستقبل طاقة صافي الانبعاثات الصفرية.
المنتدى هذا إن شاء الله سوف يتطرق إلى العديد من القضايا الهامة في مجالنا، وسوف يكون بمشاركة منظمات عالمية، طبعا بالإضافة إلى منظمة إبري سوف يكون هناك منظمة جو 15 ومنظمة MidTSO وهم من المنظمات الرائدة في هذا المجال.
أهداف المؤتمر: تسهيل التعاون الإقليمي والدولي لتسريع جهود إزالة الكربون وتحقيق الأهداف العالمية لصافي الانبعاثات الكربونية، عرض أحدث التطورات في تقنيات الطاقة بما في ذلك دمج الطاقة المتجددة والذكاء الاصطناعي في إدارة الشبكات الكهربائية، مناقشة إصلاحات الأسواق وحلول تخزين الطاقة لمحاربة الهدر وتعزيز مرونة وكفاءة الشبكات الكهربائية، إبراز الدور الحيوي للربط الكهربائي وكفاية الموارد في تحقيق مستقبل مستدام ومستقر للطاقة في منطقة الخليج وخارجها. المحاور الرئيسية للجلسات: البحث عن رؤى مبتكرة لتنويع مصادر الطاقة ودمج التقنيات الجديدة مع دعم جهود الاستدامة، استكشاف فرص التعاون بين الأطراف الصناعية والحكومية لوضع سياسات من شأنها تسريع القضاء على الانبعاثات الكربونية، التركيز على تحسين الشبكة الإقليمية لضمان توفير طاقة موثوقة ومستدامة وبأسعار معقولة، استعراض إمكانات التقنيات المعززة للشبكات والذكاء الاصطناعي في تحويل قطاعات الطاقة، معالجة التحديات التي تواجهها أنظمة الطاقة الحالية واقتراح حلول لتعزيز المرونة وضمان توفير مستدام للطاقة. ما تزال الرحلة طويلة، ولكن الفرصة لم تفت بعد لمساعدة كوكبنا في التعافي مما سببه له أبناؤه، ولكل منا دوره في هذه المرحلة، ومهما يكن الدور صغيرا ومحدودا إلا أنه لا بد وأن يشكل فارقا، وعسى أن نكون على قدر المسؤولية.
لذلك نتطلع إلى الكثير من المناقشات الهامة في هذا المنتدى التي سيكون لها الأثر الأكبر في تعزيز استراتيجيات وخطط التحول الطاقي نحو مصادر الطاقة النظيفة ورسم خارطة الطريق لمستقبل الطاقة في منطقتنا وفي العالم. أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل إلى صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف بن عبد العزيز أمير المنطقة الشرقية لتشريفه لنا برعاية هذا المنتدى الهام. مرحبا بكم ونتمنى لكم التوفيق في هذا المنتدى.
يواجه العالم ضغوطاً كبيرة لإعادة التفكير في سياق تقليل انبعاثات الكربون بما يتماشى مع أهداف صافي الانبعاث الصفري. العالم يتكاتف ويحاول أن يوجد الحلول الناجحة لتخفيف آثار تغيير المناخ وتقليل منع انبعاثات الغاز الدفيئة. خير من يوضح جوهر تلك الجهود وأهدافها سعادة الدكتور أرشاد منصور رئيس معهد بحوث الطاقة الكهربائية العالمي إبري، فليتفضل مشكورا لإلقاء الكلمة للمنتدى في المشهد العالمي للطاقة.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellency, Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor and pleasure to be here today. Welcome all of you to shape the future of net zero in this Gulf region. We'll shape the future with technologies not just of today that you're bringing into the Gulf. You're bringing in solar, you're bringing in wind, you're bringing in batteries. But the technologies that you would need tomorrow, next decade, that will be built in Gulf and will be exported to the world. That's why I'm here for. And you will do that working together. Just like GCCIA brings the Gulf countries together for the transmission network. EPRI, our partnership with GCCIA, we bring together 40 countries, 400 energy companies to shape this future the right way. We do not export technology. We build knowledge. We build knowledge working with energy companies, working with ministries, working with the regulators, and working with the whole global energy community. So you build knowledge in the Gulf. The knowledge, you have the top universities, have the top energy companies. You are exporting oil. Next decade, you will be exporting minerals. You will be exporting the technologies that will be essential for the world for clean net zero future. That's why I'm here for. And you can do it because when I was here in Dubai last year, I saw the commitment. You just saw from the Gulf Coordinating Council, you have come up with ambitious target for setting your net zero goal, 2030 target, 2050 target. That was a commitment, and you just don't commit, you act on it. Last Sunday, I was with Engineer Khalid, the new CEO of Saudi SEC, and he mentioned that you may be installing 30 to 50 gigawatt of solar wind in Saudi Arabia. You will be installing 500 megawatt batteries, 4 hour, 6 hour, 8 hour. I was in Abu Dhabi with EWEC and Transco. I was with Engineer Isa in Doha 2 days ago. So your commitment is backed by deployment, but you are deploying technologies that will lead you to 50%, not to net zero. You are accelerating by importing technology, which is good. You should do that. But what you should focus on is build the knowledge base in Gulf. So next decade, 2030, 2035, 2040, you will be exporting the technologies. You will be exporting the technologies because you have the natural resources. And this is not just natural resources of solar. You have the solar resources, we all know that, but you have rare earth minerals. You have minerals that will help you to make this clean energy transition. You have the opportunity to put CO2 in the ground. You can do carbon capture. You have the regulatory mechanism. You have the single buyers market. And you have the top-notch universities. You have King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral. You have KAUST. I just met this week with the new president of Khalifa. You have Carnegie Mellon, Texas A&M in Qatar. Let us work together so the next generation technologies that you need, some of them are actually built here first. What are those technologies? Different countries will move with different technologies. Baraka plant, ENEC in Abu Dhabi, that's focusing on nuclear. Long duration energy storage, not just batteries, 20-hour, 40-hour technologies. If we could make sure that the slides do not automatically forward, that would be really great. I'm talking with the people back over there. These are the technologies that will shape net zero. Not today, not 2030, you will need that 2035, you'll need 2040. Build it here. So if you're going to do 50 gigawatt of solar and wind, and your single buyer market, your market works. We come from US market, PJM, New England ISO, complex market, works well, but your market, single buyer market's well. Make 5% of your investment on these technologies. If you're going to build 50 gigawatt of wind, 50 gigawatt of wind and solar and batteries, take 5 gigawatt, 1/10. And build long-duration energy storage. Build carbon capture, utilization, and storage with your gas turbine. Because if you build it here, next decade, you will export it outside. Do that across the Gulf country, not just one country. Bring your universities together. We are ready to do that. We are ready to help with GCCIA to make this happen. Because to do this right, you will have to do at least 5 to 10 first time. You do 5 gas turbine with carbon capture, you can do 50. You do 5 long duration energy storage in this next 5, 6, 7 years, you can do 50 next decade. So next decade, you are not importing these technologies, you are actually exporting these technologies. That's what I want to leave you with. And all these technologies will require a very robust transmission grid. You already have that. GCCIA is there, you have your own transmission grid. But you got to double that. Because without transmission, without cross-border trade, you will not be able to achieve this net zero future. And when you look at, you got to do this wisely today. And you are doing it wisely today. But just doing solar, wind, and batteries in the next 5 years, next 6 years, I'm going to start going back. If you could make sure that your things are not moving without me touching, that would be really great. So you will install gas, you will be installing natural gas because you will have to meet the demand for AI, you'll have to meet the demand for industries. You will be doing a lot of solar. You'll be doing a lot of batteries. You'll be building transmission lines. But do it in a different way. Do it in a way, I was talking with Engineer Isa. Energy storage is not just batteries. If you can take your big water desalination plant, the reverse osmosis plants, and when you have a lot of solar, what do you do when the sun goes down? What do you do at 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m.? Maybe you can stop producing water because you have a big water reservoir. That's a battery. Imagine how many air conditioning you have in all the high-rise buildings. Virtual power plant, demand response. Because when you bring this much solar to the system, yes, batteries will help, but there will be time. Last Sunday when I was at the SEC looking at their load, they had 50 gigawatt of load. It was 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Imagine if you have 100 gigawatt solar in Saudi Arabia. At that time, solar will supply your entire power. What will you do with your gas and liquid fuel plants? You have to turn them down almost to zero. And then 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., when the sun goes down, what are you going to do? You have to bring this plant up. You will be entering a very different power system in the next 5 to 10 years with tremendous penetration of solar and wind. You have to do it wisely. You have to bring demand flexibility. Maybe I will not operate my reverse osmosis plants for 2-3 hours a day. Maybe we will do smart demand response, grid enhancing technologies. If you have a transmission line and you can push 500 megawatt on the transmission line, in that same line, maybe you can push 700 megawatt. So do it wisely and start innovating so technologies of tomorrow, carbon capture, small modular reactor, hydrogen, long duration energy storage, 30 hours, 50 hours. Try it this 5-7 years. If you got 20 gigawatt in your resource plan for next 10 years, work with your single buyers so that 5% of them are technologies that are very expensive today. They're much more expensive than solar or wind or gas. But if you do the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, next decade, you will be able to export them. So that's what I'm going to end up with. This is an amazing opportunity because last year when I was at COP28, I saw the pledge, I heard the pledge. You saw the numbers. Every country has a number. Your pledge is now backed by significant investment, solar, wind, batteries. But tomorrow, make those investments so that you are exporting gas carbon capture and storage. You are exporting long-duration energy storage. You are building small modular reactors. So with that, we have GCCIA that brings the Gulf countries together on transmission. We just formed last year EPRI Gulf. We are a global organization. Our goal is to bring knowledge and to use knowledge that you have in this. We don't understand this region. We never will. But your universities do. KAUST do. Your University of Fahad in petroleum and mineral, they do. And come together. Let's go towards net zero. Let's deploy wind. Let's deploy solar. Let's deploy battery. Let's do it wisely. Let's make sure we are doing demand management. Let's make sure that we are doing grid enhancing technologies. And let's do the first of a kind, second of a kind. Let's do 10. Let's do 10 new technology, not all in Saudi Arabia, not all in Qatar, on different countries, and use GCCIA, use EPRI to share the knowledge. So with that, it has been just an honor and pleasure to be here. I cannot say how thankful I am that Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, you're taking the time to listen to us because you're committed to this net zero future. Thank you.
مهما كانت الجهود كبيرة، مهما بلغ الطموح عنان السماء، لا يمكن للمرء أن ينجح وحيداً. يتفضل صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف أمير المنطقة الشرقية مشكوراً بتكريم الرعاة للحفل الذي سيساهمون معنا في إنجاحه. كما يشرفنا أن ندعو صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن بندر نائب أمير المنطقة الشرقية وسعادة المهندس يعقوب الكيومي نائب رئيس مجلس إدارة هيئة الربط الكهربائي الخليجي للمنصة. شركة هيتاشي إنرجي كراعي بلاتيني. شركة أومكسيوم كراعي ماسي. شركة ميدال للكابلات كراعي ذهبي. شركة جي آي في رينوفا كراعي فضي. شركة انيرجو بروجكت أنتل كراعي فضي. Thank you. في هذه المناسبة نتشرف أن نقدم درعاً تذكارية لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن نايف أمير المنطقة الشرقية. ودرعاً تذكارية لصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن بندر نائب أمير المنطقة الشرقية. درعاً تعكس الترابط الخليجي والأصالة. شكراً لسموكم الكريم، ونتطلع إلى لقاء آخر ومشاريع أخرى.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Powering the Future Toward Net Zero. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to extend my welcome to those who have traveled far just to be with us today. Welcome to Saudi Arabia. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم في المملكة العربية السعودية. Let's start with our first panel session entitled Power Sector Policy for Achieving Net Zero. This session will examine policy impacts on energy system development today and explore key considerations for industry and government leaders aiming to make a net zero future a reality. Please help me welcome our moderator for this first session, Neva Espinoza, Senior Vice President, EPRI. Welcome to the stage. Joining her are the speakers, the esteemed panelists, His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Mahid, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Energy, Chief Climate Negotiator in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Ka'bi, Assistant Under-Secretary for Electricity, Water and Future Energy, Ministry of Energy. His Excellency Tariq Hammam, Chief Executive Officer, ONE Morocco. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them on stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? We'll try that one more time because I may have to give you a thumbs down. How we doing today? Okay. We need some energy with us. We're here until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We have a lot to talk about. We need a little bit of energy to get started. So I'm so honored to be here with all of you and our distinguished panel here today to talk about the policies needed to achieve a net zero economy. And so from this morning, truly an inspiring morning, to be quite honest with you. I really enjoyed all of the speakers. And so, commitment. And any energy policy starts with a commitment. But one of the things that really stood out to me this morning was the shared commitment across this region and around the world to achieve a net zero economy. And so, what makes shared commitment just so unique is the idea of both purpose and collaboration. And so today we have 3 leaders with us who are really going to talk about their shared commitments in their different countries and some of the steps that we're taking and they're taking in order to see that commitment through. If you look just 5 years ago, just 5 years, only 10% of the world's population was represented by some type of net zero or CO2 reduction commitment. Today, 5 years later, that 10% has moved to 90%. 90% of the world's population today has a shared commitment to achieve very ambitious carbon reduction goals. And so I'm very excited to hear what all of you gentlemen have to say and share with us a little bit about what that means. And I think today, as a global energy forum, we all need to make a shared commitment to engage, to learn from the speakers that we have, and find some decisive action that we could be making within our own organizations, within our own leadership, in order to achieve some of these net zero goals. So with that, why don't we get started? And I'll start with you, Engineer Khalid, to talk to us a little bit about the shared commitment and what you're seeing in your region.
Thank you, Neva, first. And I'm so glad I'm here today with everyone. I have to say that Saudi Arabia is very much committed to the net zero commitments that we had for ourselves. Now, to understand the differences between this region and other regions, which is a major difference, this region is an oil-producing region. And other regions are much more like consuming regions. And this by itself shows that there is great challenges in each regions, as a matter of fact, on how they can approach their ways and pathways to do the commitments. For example, if we look at the transition that we have to do, we are all committed, whether we are consuming or producing region, to 3 pillars for that. The first pillar is economic growth. Second pillar is affordability. And third pillar, which is the trilemma, is climate change and other environmental issues. So these are the pillars for all of us, where we can apply to make sure that we are implementing our commitments for the Paris Agreement. However, compounded with that, in this region, you have much more stringent roles and responsibilities, as a matter of fact, as a producing region for hydrocarbons. First, you need to make sure that access is available. You cannot afford that the world have no energy, and you will not be able to give them that access. Second, you need to make sure also that that access still continue to be meeting the security requirements as well as the affordability requirements that they have. So that's also another responsibility that you have. But also you have to do all this while you're cognizant that energy transition is there and you're committed as a region to meet those requirements for this. So with that compounded challenges that you have, you really look at how we approach energy transition. Energy transition for us is not only renewable. Renewable is a very important component of that transition. However, for this region, there are 3 pillars that are extremely as important as the renewable side. And these 3 pillars, how are we going to utilize and also manage hydrocarbons as we move? Because that's basically a short-term and a medium-term requirement. However, anything you do, you have to also look at the long-term and how are you going to manage that long-term with that utilization. So the other 3 pillars, one of them is, which is very important, is the issue of abatement. How are we going to abate the utilization of that hydrocarbon if we have? Another pillar that we have to do, and it's extremely important, is that how can we, as part of that abatement, look at how can we turn that emission into value. And this region has done a lot of things and technologies in that region. So making emission a value is extremely important part of that transition. A third pillar, that in addition to the other 2 for utilization of hydrocarbon, is the issue of removal. How are we going to make sure that the inefficiencies of the system, whether it is life cycle for renewable or whether it is efficiencies for the abatement on the other side, you really do have removal. So if you do not approach all these 3 pillars, making sure that you are balancing it and moving forward on that, you will not be able to meet your requirements. One thing that everybody is maybe asking, why Saudi Arabia has a 2060 net zero target while most of the world having to 2050? If you go back to the science, you'll find it. As a matter of fact, for you to manage all those 4 pillars, there is no way you can meet it by 2050. Because, we have a very mature sector or pillar, which is renewable. But really, the other 3 pillars would have to have a lot of work and would have to have a lot of technologies. And as Arshad said earlier, that without research and development and without really hard work within this region, showing leadership in how we advance those other 3 pillars, we will not be able to meet those requirements. And that's why you will see that Saudi Arabia, for example, have the circular carbon economy as an approach, because that is the only way we can reliably say that we're going to reach net zero at the end of the day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Engineer Ahmed, who's going to share with us a little bit of what's going on in the UAE. Got a green light? Not yet. No. Could we have a backup microphone up here, please? Let's see. Yeah. So as we're working out some of those logistics here, one of the things that, you talked about, Engineer Khalid, that I so appreciate is the idea that as we achieve a net zero economy and are shooting towards a net zero economy, it's a totally different economy than we have in the world today. So today around the world, more than 90% of primary energy comes from a fossil fuel. And so to achieve net zero, are you up and working? Not yet. To achieve net zero, if you are going to be just abandoning fossil fuels, you're not going to be able to do it. You talk about abatement, I like to say you need to find a way to manage and mitigate CO2, and that's different value streams, whether it be a utilization stream, an alternate fuel stream, and or sequestration in order to do that. So it's such an important part of this energy transition that's under talked about. All right.
Yeah, should be fine now. Good morning and assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank the GCCIA for giving us the chance to participate in this session. Allow me to start with the UAE journey in the energy transition. UAE journey, the energy transition in the UAE, it is not new. It is started a long time ago. The new in UAE is how to focus more, to be more innovative, creative, and more AI oriented. We started, as all know, oil production end of 50s, beginning of 60s. Then we moved to LNG business, and that's during our visit of the founder father to one of the oil facilities, and he saw the flaring. He asked for reason, and then the engineer gave him the justification, and he decided to build the first LNG in the region for gas business. Another success story with Masdar City solar plant. We started at the beginning of 2006. The Masdar company now, they have a target to reach 100 gigawatt in 2030. Existed in more than 70 countries around the world with 6 continents. And they are doing and considered one of the biggest international IOCs in the solar and renewable business. In 2015, we started with the battery energy storage, and more is coming with and almost will be the double of the existed now. We are targeting, we have now, or we started in 2015 around 103 megawatt, and we are going to double this volume in coming years. We are also very proud to announce the first UAE National Energy Strategy in 2017, and we revised the energy strategy in 2023 last year. It is considered one of the energy strategy in the world and in the region, focusing in different energy mix to reach to the net zero. We have also the wind program with 23 turbines existed already in UAE with the capacity around 105 megawatt. And also it is coming to be double in the UAE in coming 2 years. And the most important, very success story, and we are proud of it, successfully, fully commissioned nuclear power plant with a capacity of 5.6 gigawatt and around 25% of the electricity comes from the nuclear. We have also another success story in our energy mix with the hydroelectric power with a total of 250 megawatt. It is almost completed and it's coming within 1 to 2 years. This is very brief in our journey. As I said, it is energy transition for UAE is not new. The new how we can go beyond what we achieved. UAE energy transition, just to give very high level summarize of the target from the strategy. We are targeting clean energy generation to reach 32% by 2030. The installed clean energy capacity to be 30% by 2030. Tripling the capacity of renewable by 2030. Achieving the lowest grid emission factors, 0.27 kilogram of CO2 emission per kilowatt hour by 2030. And energy efficiency, we are targeting to reach up to 45 by 2050. And we already started with the number of programs. When we revised our energy strategy last year, we removed the clean coal from our energy mix. So now we have zero clean coal in our strategy. This is high-level summary, brief in our energy transition in UAE. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. And up next, I invite Tariq to give us some opening comments around what we're seeing in Morocco.
Thank you very much, Neva. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wa salatu wa salam ala mawlana Rasulullah wa alihi wa sahbihi. First of all, thanks to the organization for the experience on the field. And I want to start with a kind of magic numbers, which is 80-20. Actually, in the 80s, 80% of the electricity was coming from thermal generation, from renewables. At that time, mainly hydro and some nuclear. By 2020, still 80% of the energy is coming from thermal and 20% from renewables, despite all the effort that has been deployed and all the announcement. Only from the last 2 years, we start to increase this participation of renewables, and thanks mainly from the effort coming from 2 regions, the MENA region, Middle East, and also Morocco, which I'm representing, and China. And this is dismantling that to reach our target of net zero by 2050, 2060, depending of the countries, we have to multiply the effort. And if I come back to the case of Morocco, under the guidance of His Majesty, the King Mohammed VI, we were quite leader in that field. Our energy transition path started actually in 2009, just after the crisis of 2007, 2008, where we reached a high price on the energy, mainly oil, gas, and coal, because we were to use coal in our generation. And we fixed target to reach at least 42% of our installed capacity around 2020, and this number has been increased to 52% by 2030. We were convinced because of our need and our target to be independent in terms of fossil oil in one hand, but also we were facing the effect of climate change. We are an agricultural country, and we start to face severe and repetitive period of drought. And by the effort that has been made today, almost 45% of our installed capacity is coming from renewables, wind, solar, hydro. And we are actually reviewing our target in order to go further than the 52% by 2030. Thanks of many advantages we have in Morocco, mainly an excellent resources, wind and solar. We have one of the best wind resources worldwide in terms of capacity sector that reach in some region 65%. It's almost equivalent to a thermal generation in this region, mainly in the south of the country, but also solar. And our strategy in terms of decarbonizing our electricity mix is mainly focused on 4 pillars. First, of course, renewable, more and more renewables. And in that field, we are even shifting the way we are organizing our grid management. We used to put first the coal and thermal as a base load and add renewables and then make some gas in order to reach the adequation between the offer and the demand. And now the way we are thinking about the grids and the management of grids, it's completely opposite. We are putting wind and solar as a base load, maximum we can reach, then using the thermal generation mainly from coal with the minimum technical we can use it in order to balance, and adding gas as a flexibility in order to maintain. This change of paradigm will help us to increase more and more the penetration of renewables. The other player, of course, is storage. We used to develop several kinds of storage. First one has been deployed in 2005 with hydro pumping. Was the first one in the whole region, 460 megawatt at that time. We increased it by the second one. We just commissioned it this summer, and we have a planning of developing more than 2 giga of hydro pumping storage. The other pillar is the CSP storage, thermal solar. We were the first deploying large-scale solar plant, thermal solar plant in Ouarzazate, more than 510 megawatts running. And also battery storage as a new technology we are deploying. We see the decrease of this cost recently, which is now becoming very interesting for the grid. The other pillar, of course, is the grid itself and interconnection. We have more than 3 giga capacity interconnection with our neighbors, Spain and also our neighbor for the east. And Morocco has been the fourth player in terms of volume within the Spanish and Iberian market, taking the advantage of having electricity available in this area with the lowest cost, and we can optimize our system. And the other pillar we are also deploying is the flexibility generated coming mainly from gas as a maneuver to avoid the intermittency. In that field, we are also, because of the target of more and more renewables, developing the grid heavily. So within the coming 5 years, we are going to multiply the investment by 5 in the grid sector, despite of more than 30,000 kilometers of the existing grid. We are going to increase it more and more in order to reach. All this effort actually is addressing only electricity generation, which in terms of carbon production represent only 25% of the emissions. So it means we have to decarbonize the other sector that we cannot address directly by electricity. And on that field, one of the main carriers we are now identifying is hydrogen, green hydrogen mainly. And Morocco also, thanks to the good resources, wind and solar, the capacity factor that allow us to combine the two in order to produce efficient way this kind of green fuels. We launched what we call Offer Morocco for Green Hydrogen. We are deploying. I think 2 days ago, we announced the first selection of the bidders that are going to develop on that field. And for us, this is a kind of interesting career for addressing other sectors, industry, transportation. And because of our proximity to Europe, we can be one of the main feeder for this region. And I want to end my intervention with another pillar, which is the nexus: water, electricity, and even agriculture. As I mentioned, we are an agricultural country, so this is a big portion of our economy. And because of severe period of drought, we are now even considering, as the GCC region, desalination in order to feed the country with the potable water for drinking water, but also for agriculture. And we are developing massive investment on desalination plants. We just launched the construction of the desalination plant of Casablanca, which is the second large worldwide in terms of capacity. And we have a plan of more than 10 large-scale desalination. And as has been said by the CEO of EPIG, is that the nexus and electricity is very important to improve the whole equation of decarbonization. And as ONE, which is electricity and water company, we are in the heart of this kind of optimization of the system. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for your opening remarks. All amazing, the journeys that all of you are on. I have a couple questions, of course, for you guys, but I would like everyone to know that you also are going to have the opportunity throughout the next day and a half to ask our panelists through all our panels questions, and we're going to utilize a Slido app. So I think we're going to throw up a QR code here. Any moment it'll pop up. And when it does, please feel free to is it up there? Oh, it's behind me. Thank you. I got some pointing, cheat sheet over here, so thank you very much. But so please scan the Slido, and if anytime you have any questions for our panelists, please submit them, and I'll be watching them here on my phone, and we'll make sure we get some of your input along with some of the things that I have to ask. But guess what? I'm up here, so I get to start. So one of the things you all talked about is, in a very different way, but you all underscored the importance of what I call optionality, right? The idea that it's not just one resource, and it's not just resources. It takes lots of different approaches in order to achieve net zero, from energy efficiency to grid investments to different types of technologies along the pathway of your journey. And so we are in a panel here about policy. So why don't you all share with us an example of either something you're doing in your region or something that's happening in another region of the world in terms of a specific policy that you see a lot of value in or that's working really well. Anybody can start. A little fussy. Yeah, there you go.
No doubt that in this region, and basically I'll talk about the kingdom, there are two initiatives that was extremely important for us to move the needle, as a matter of fact. One initiative was the Saudi Green Initiative, where, if you notice, that initiative heavily tap into the power sector. So the power sector is the biggest beneficiary of that initiative. However, also the hydrocarbon side and how we can manage that side was also a winner there, because we understand that for us to be there in the 2060, meeting our obligations, we cannot do without that. And we had a lot of examples that we wanted to make sure that we are also helping to share it with others. For example, on emission to value, we really did have the largest project at that time, where with the master gas system, where we had collected, instead of flaring methane, we've collected that, and we have utilized it, as a matter of fact. And because of this, we have Jubail and Yanbu. And because of this, Saudi Arabia is competing greatly in petrochemicals. That was the major project that really made the difference. Now, we know for a fact that there will not be, for at least Saudi Arabia as an oil producer, to be meeting that net zero if we do not have not only energy transition, but also material transition.
Right.
When we say material transition, we're looking at two components, hydrocarbon to value, and this is sequestration, by the way, because you're sequestering the CO2 there. But also emission to value, which is extremely important because you really need to convert that into something else, fuels, and there are great opportunities. There are opportunities that are being done right now, for example, in SABIC with United Methanol Industry, where they are also capturing CO2 and utilizing it for many purposes. But also, enhanced oil recovery became an important component for that utilization. But we are really looking beyond that. We're looking at cement, we're looking how we can utilize CO2 for other purposes, fuel purposes, for example. How can we have a low value fuels out of that CO2? So, hydrocarbon to value as well as emission to value becomes very important, and a lot of work needs to be done in that area. And I think KAUS is doing much of that work, and others also. KVPM, I understand they are working on that. But, we can never forget nature-based solution.
Yes.
Or removing out of the atmosphere. Because we know there is no way we can reach 1.5 without that component. So the efforts there and the challenge was there, as a matter of fact, in the Saudi Green Initiative, where Saudi Arabia has already committed 50 billion tree by, towards our net zero. But that also 10 billion tree would have to be done here. So when I say 10 billion tree, of course, I don't mean only trees, but also rehabilitating the lands and other, nature-based solutions that we are looking at for this. So all these, as a matter of fact, are very important. This other side is not very well developed. We really need to work very hard on that if we're going to meet our net zero. And I think this forum could be a great forum for really working on that other side and see how we can move the needle there.
Absolutely. So the idea of hydrocarbons to value and emissions to value, I think, is such a fundamental part of this overall energy transition. It really drives the importance that low carbon fuels that will likely play, whether they be hydrocarbon-based, synthetic-based, or some type of other alternate fuels, potentially biofuels. So I anticipate in COP30, the role of sustainable fuels is actually going to be a very large part of that overall conversation.
Absolutely.
So I would like to hear from the UAE perspective, what are some of the policies that you see in place that are really working well?
Energy efficiency.
Energy efficiency.
Energy efficiency is very important factor in the energy transition. And as I mentioned in the presentation at the beginning, we build in our strategy, and one of key pillars is energy strategy, to reach to up to 45%. We already started on it 2 years ago with the UAE National Demand Side Management. We saw the result recently, but before that, I just would like to explain at a high level what is the UAE National Demand Side Management. It is a program focusing on 3 main pillars: the energy, water, and the National Conservation Campaign. There is 4 main sectors in this program, related to the agriculture, building, industry, and transportation. And each pillar, we have also certain program and policy to fulfill our target in this strategy. But I will give you example what we did in the building. We selected a number of buildings from the government sector, schools, health, education. And from that number of schools, we went more deep to do a certain assessment which building consume more water and electricity. We classify it in different groups. The first group around 422 buildings. And we went for tendering. We invite the international companies after the evaluation to join us, to help us for the, and basically these ESCO companies. But we put for them certain conditions that the government will not spend any money, so it should come from the private sector. And we decide a certain percentage to go to the government from the target saving. At that time, we are targeting to reach energy efficiency or saving around 27%. But once we issue the report from the companies after the tendering, we exceed the 27%. So we saw it as a big opportunity from energy efficiency that we can benefit from it. Energy, it is not only to build the solar or to build wind or to build, yes, it is very important. But there is something under your hand, you need to control it. Same thing here, now it is AC is very cold. So we need the temperature to be at the level that you can do a saving and efficiency.
Yes.
So something is missing, and we need to just to focus on something what we have in our hand.
Fantastic, thank you. So we have a lot of questions rolling in here. Very exciting. Tariq, what do you see as some of the key policies?
Yeah, let's define what is driving the human being. It's mainly two subjects, opportunity or constraint. And this is what pushes us to move, actually. So in order to reach our target of net zero, we have to play on both opportunities. And I believe that today there is many opportunities in investing on renewables and the cost of generation becoming very attractive. So here we can see a real opportunity. And there is technologies that allow us to have more and more renewable energy within the grid. The other subject is constraint, and here policies that make it constraint in terms of CO2 emission. And this is a global aspect, not local. So it means that we need a real collaboration between all countries in order to reach that. And in the power generations, or let's say in the electricity sector, we can see how things can move. More renewables, more storage, more interconnection. This can help, and we can reach, I believe, this target of low carbon emission. This will be more challenging in the other sector, transportation, industries, where electrification is not the appropriate way. So we need to develop other fuels, other carriers of renewable energy in order to reach it. And here we need consent, and we need opportunities, subvention, and also regulation can help on that field. And what is interesting about our region, mainly Gulf region, but also Morocco, we are quite close in terms of spirit and how it takes. When we commit on something, we make it. So, and we put the effort, and we have the whole value chain that are fully committed to address and to reach the goals. So I'm fully convinced that our targets, especially on this region, we can reach it. But because it's a global market, so we need and we have to develop collaboration. We need also to attract and to support innovation on that field. And we've seen amazing production focusing also on innovation as a main career. And the last aspect, as mentioned by my colleagues from Emirates, is efficiency. But for me, it's more linked to the demand. Right now, we are more looking on pushing, production, transportation, but we have to work on the demand aspects. Efficiency is a key factor. So, and this is addressing different aspects, housing, of course, cars, and all aspects. And this also need more regulation, more constraint, but also more opportunities.
Fantastic. So, you gentlemen see the timer. We don't have a lot of time left. They don't see it, though. They don't know. I'm going to ask you a couple questions here from the group. The first one, I just want you to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Are you ready? Let's pick one. All right. What do you think about converting existing gas turbines to using hydrogen fuel? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Ooh, we have 3 thumbs up. What do you guys think out here? Thumbs up, thumbs down? I see lots of ups. Okay, good. All right, this one. 1 or 2 words, just quickly. We all talk about achieving our goals in the next 25 or plus years. What might stop these targets from being achieved? Quick thoughts. Got to be quicker than that. Go ahead.
Well, it is not to stop, but to make it more challenging or delay in time. It is continue subsidization of fossil fuel.
Okay, continue. Okay. Yeah.
You know, as I mentioned before, it should be a global. If everyone is playing the game, we can reach it. If some are not following this trend and disturbing, because we are all in competition, so we should play the same game in order to be fully committed. So for me, we need the commitment of all countries, main countries, in order to achieve this goal.
I think for this region in particular, demonizing technologies or at the same time making sure that investments are not flowing in the right technologies could really be very impairing for this region. And this is why we work very hard in collaboration with other countries to make sure that investments has to be free. It has to heavily rely on all technologies, all solutions. If we compound ourselves in a very small solutions alone, then I don't think we'll make it in this region.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all so much. This has been kind of fantastic thoughts. There are a lot of questions here, so I'm sure there's going to be opportunity throughout the next day and a half to network and ask some of those questions, and we'll leave them in if you guys would like to see it on the Slido. But, you know, we hear so much about the importance of things like turning hydrocarbons to value, things like energy efficiency, and balancing both opportunities, constraints, and overall energy policy. But underpinning all of that is the need for optionality across the board, which we heard all of you talk about, and we'll actually be getting into a little bit more in our next panel. So with that, for being here and for sharing your experience with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
A round of applause for the panelists.
Thank you, Neva, and all the speakers. We would like to invite His Excellency Engineer Yaqub Al-Kayyoumi, GCCIA Vice Chairman. سعادة المهندس يعقوب الكيومي نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة لتكريم المتحدثين.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
Ms. Neva Espinoza, Senior Vice President, EPRI.
Thank you. Thank you.
His Excellency Engineer Ahmed El-Kaabi.
Another one?
His Excellency Engineer Khalid Al-Mahid. His Excellency Engineer Ahmed El-Kaabi. His Excellency Mr. Tariq Haman. Thank you very much. We would like to invite GO15 and EPRI on stage to sign the MOU. Let's welcome again GO15 and EPRI on stage. Congratulations on the agreement. We would like to invite GCCIA and عنيزة College to sign the MOU. توقيع الاتفاقية بين GCCIA وكلية عنيزة. Congratulations on the agreement. Thank you, everyone. We will take a 10 minutes break before we move on to our second session. Let's recharge and get back. Thank you. Let's start our second session for today, entitled Accelerating Decarbonization, Opportunities, Collaboration, and Innovation. This session will address opportunities and approaches to drive global collaboration and real-time information sharing across the power sector to accelerate the process of energy supply technology development. Welcome again our moderator, Neva Espinosa, Senior Vice President of EPRI. Joining her, the speakers, the esteemed panelist, His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Al-Bareki, CEO, ENEC Consulting, and VP Strategy, Emirates Nuclear Energy Cooperation, ENEC UAE. His Excellency Engineer Abdulaziz Al-Shidani, Managing Director of Hydro. Dr. Jens Meidrian, Managing Director of Energy, ENOA, NEOM, KSA. Engineer Riyad Al-Umair, Vice President, Power Export and New Project, Saudi Principal Buyer, KSA. Dr. Ali Al-Sheikhi, Vice President of Research and Innovation, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. Welcome to the stage.
Okay, welcome back everyone, and congratulations to the partners who signed our MOU right before break. I hope everyone got to network a little bit on break and enjoyed the time together. We are going to spend a little bit of time talking about energy supply technologies. So earlier in the first panel, we heard the importance of optionality as we are on this energy transition journey. We also heard this morning from Arshad Mansour, who shared the idea of Let's Go 10, to shift from first of a kind for new emerging technologies and get to nth of a kind with new emerging technologies to really be able to accelerate and achieve a net zero economy. And so to get us started, we're going to go down the line here. I'd like to hear from each of you, if you had to choose one technology, what technology are you really most inspired by, and what do you see as one of the core things that have to be part of this net zero transition?
Well, Assalamu alaikum. Happy to be here, and thank you, Neva, and happy to be with my esteemed panelists. As His Excellency Ahmed Al-Ka'bi mentioned, last month we celebrated the commercial operation of our 4th unit.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And with those 4 units, the Baraka nuclear power plant, they're generating about 40 terawatt hour, 5.6 gigawatt to the grid. And with those 40 terawatts to the grid, what we're achieving is 22.4 million tons avoidance of CO2. This is equivalent to 4.8 cars off the road. Also, with those 4 plants, UAE today is considered the fastest inclusion of the fastest nation in inclusion of clean electricity to the grid, with 75% of that is coming from the nuclear sector. We've seen 13-year low demand of gas power in Abu Dhabi, and that is also because of the 4 plants that we have in Baraka. So definitely, I'd say nuclear energy is part of the transformative energy sources that you could add to your grid. And we've seen that. At the same time, I'd like to mention the answer is not just one technology. The answer is you got to look at the whole technologies that would add security to your grid, that would ensure the sustainability, and also at the same time, the affordability. So having said that, every nation is different, but we need to strike that balance between those 3 trilemma. And that's what we've been working for, and we took the decision back in 2009 to go with nuclear. And alhamdulillah, today we are benefiting from this clean base load that we're seeing in our grid.
That's exciting. We're certainly seeing a nuclear renaissance around the world. I'm sure that we'll talk a lot more about that over the next day and a half. Okay. Abdulaziz.
First of all, thank you very much for GCCIA for this invitation. It's something that I wanted to attend. I took 3 days holiday out of my schedule just to make sure that
I'm present with friends and colleagues here from GCI. I think it's very easy answer for me because I'm leading a green hydrogen orchestrator company. In Oman, so the technology is green hydrogen. One reason because other technologies are advancing in a good pace, and what requires to be done is the overall green hydrogen whole story need to advance faster. And to do this, I think there is good connections as well with three main technologies. One is storage, either grid-scale storage or battery storage, and needs to make certain advancements in this technology. The other one is definitely digitalization, automation, and AI, all of these things, smart grids. Because the level of generation of electricity, and if I take the example of what do you do in Oman, we've signed recently 8 projects. In total, 35 gigawatt, which is almost 3 to 4 times the entire grid capacity, only to produce 1.38 ton of green hydrogen by 2030 in a time frame of 2027, 2030. So that's huge. Without storage, without automation, we can't do much about this. And the last thing is the recycling of. So one of the key challenges is, as we move ahead with the energy transition, is what do we do with all of these huge amounts of batteries, solar panels, wind turbines, and the solar panel lifetime is 20 to 25 years. A battery, probably in the same area. Electrolyzer is 10 years. And then we are to produce a megawatt or a gigawatt of electricity, you need huge amounts of solar panels. And what will happen after 20 years? Do we have the right technology to recycle all of this? So recycling of the key components of renewable energy is a must-have, and then a key challenge that needs to be addressed from now so that we can claim that this journey is really sustainable.
Absolutely. So end-of-life management and recycling of solar and batteries is something I think this region has the opportunity to really step forward and lead in terms of technology innovation there. Okay, Jens.
Yeah, so NEOM's core target is to deliver 100% a renewable system, net renewable system by 2030. And generally, we are technology agnostic. Practically, that means the vast majority of the renewable energy will stem from wind and solar. In order to encapsulate then a system which not just runs efficiently and cost competitive, but also is very resilient and stable, flexibility markets, storage, as you mentioned, becomes an absolute trigger. But more, I think, a little bit wider beyond pure storage assets, it also includes the customer side. The whole system itself needs now to deal with intermittency, something the system wasn't used to before. And intermittency isn't an exclusive challenge to be replaced on the asset side. It also needs to change thinking and behaviors on the consumption side as well. The real glue here, when it comes to technology, to not shy away completely from answering your question, is the enabler on digital technology and AI. So I think as an energy sector, I would dare to say we're linking behind a bit compared to other sectors who have embraced AI to a much larger extent. But just imagine you have millions of loads of generation and customer loads who are automatically connected into a digital connected system, and you want to optimize them literally real time. It's a perfect way for AI to be able to solve and address that problem. And we at NEOM are starting now with that simply because we have the luxury or the challenge, however you want to see it, starting off without a legacy position. So trying to get it right from the start.
So I will say, I'm going to pull the thread once we come back around the intermittency part of the conversation, because it's really important when we're talking about energy supply. But I'll also say, we just witnessed an energy transition miracle that it took us 4.5 hours to get to any real substantial comments on AI and digitalization. There was some comments earlier this morning, of course, but it didn't consume the first panel and a half. So that's pretty amazing right now, especially in the world we're in. Okay, Riyad.
So I think the problem with introducing more and more of the renewable, you will have several problems here. First of all, that you will have access of power during the day usually, because of the solar coming more and more. At the night it is the opposite. You will have much less of the availability. At the same time, of course, at any time, if there is for example, a problem coming, a cloud or so, you are expecting that you might lose part of your generation suddenly. So you have actually 3 problems. You have a curtailment in the morning expected, or in the day-night. You have the problem at night of the intermittency where you will not have. And so in this case, you have to see how you can solve all these. So, for example, in the day, you have to have the storage in order to store some of the energy to be utilized on the night. On night, you should have a way where you will utilize this in another manner, or you have a demand which you can at least cut it at night. And this is where the hydrogen will come here, that you need a demand where it doesn't necessarily need a 24 hours energy. You can at any time cut it. At the same time, utilize the extra power to generate the hydrogen, which is the aspect. Of course, the importance of having also a flexible demand, because if you have suddenly, for example, you find out that your solar energy reduced by an amount of 2,000, 3,000 suddenly, and that might happen, there should always be a load where you can at least cut it in case if you don't have a flexible generation. Or you have more or more of a flexible, another kind of generation to cover this aspect. At the same time, we should look for an important issue, which is learning from 100% renewable network, which is, it doesn't exist. And even until now, we can see renewable associated with a conventional. Totally 100% a huge hub of renewable, actually it does not exist. It means that a new technology should be there. We have to introduce new technology and learn from the having such hub. What is the problem you are expecting? How to cover the associated challenges that you, because we are keep talking about 100% of renewable, but of course, until now, there are a lot of issues should be resolved before we can ensure that we can run 100% hub without any problems to face.
Very good, thank you. Okay, Dr. Ali.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It will be very difficult maybe to add, being the last one here and as a panelist. However, since I'm coming from the academia, my answer maybe will be a little bit different. The question is about game changer technology that we think of. And this reminds me, by the way, with an essay that we ask our students when they enter to the university to answer, which is, how are you going to change the world by joining KFUBM? So it's always good to dream, but also be practical at the same time. And by the way, the motto of KFUBM is dream and accomplish. So dream of these amazing things, but at the same time, try to accomplish. We went through an amazing transformation at KFUBM. So I'll put a perspective of the university transformation, whether in education or research. And we noticed one important issue or two. Working in silos will not get us anywhere. So that's why in our transformation, we emphasized on interdisciplinary plus impactful type of research that helps humanity and generate impact on our community. And this is by partnership with the industry and other stakeholders. So my answer will be to really form type of alliances or partnership that would really tackle all of these issues related to the energy and decarbonization. Because as I mentioned, if you will not collaborate with the others, we will not go anywhere. You need really the integration of everybody. Everybody should sit there and try to solve these issues together. One avenue only, I'm just thinking of, is the consortium, for example. We generate or establish a consortium related to energy, clean energy and decarbonization. Consortia is known to be bringing all the stakeholders under one umbrella, whether those are the research institutes, universities, the end user, the technology, the government as well, whether for funding or regulatory authority as well, under one umbrella so they can solve together. And by this, we de-risk any failure possible. We share resources together. We make things go faster to the market. It's shortening the technology readiness level and the, as we mentioned, as we know, the death valley in the technology readiness level. So this is one thing, and there is a great example, but maybe we need to amplify it and expand it, which is the translational energy research at Sheffield. Although this is within the UK, but we need really, as I mentioned, to amplify it and expand it. And it is actually working in lots of things. But one thing that I remember, they now producing hydrogen for the steel energy, for example, clean hydrogen for the. So we really have to work together, because working in silos, again, I'm emphasizing, will not get us anywhere. We had a great experience at KFUBIM, and think if we translate this and extrapolate to the whole ecosystem, we really need to sit together without any condition. The only condition is to help humanity. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Collaboration, absolutely a critical part as we see this transition. So I'm going to, Jens, as I said, I'm going to pull the thread that you started in two different ways. So you talked about both intermittency. So as we've seen more variable generation come onto the system, we've seen the dispatchable fleet, if you will, have to operate differently. And we heard a little bit about that fleet this morning. You also talked about AI. And what we're seeing in different regions of the world is that is driving a significant amount of potential load growth, large, very lumpy, chunky, right, load growth. These two kind of mega trends change your perspective a little bit on this energy transition, and what are some of the things that you think about and you're looking at as part of that transition?
Well, very good question. First, I'd like to cover the collaboration question, and then I'll go to what we see today. In 2008, the UAE issued the policy of having a civil nuclear program, and transparency and collaboration and commitment to the highest standards of security and safety is part of that policy. And that was the grounding foundation of the 4 plants that we're enjoying today, which is covering 25% of our demand. Part of that collaboration and transparency, we've been members with the World Nuclear Association of Operators, WANO, since 2012. And His Excellency Al-Hamadi, the Managing Director and the CEO of ENIC, was the president for the last 2 years of WANO. Being a member in WANO helped in accessing hundreds of thousands of hours of operating experience, and that was very valuable for us. At the same time, we've been very cooperative and with a long collaboration since 15 years ago now with the IAEA. At the same time, we're members with the World Nuclear Association, which is based in London. So having that transparency as one of our values, and ensuring the commitment that we have on not just transparency, but the highest standards of safety and security, was the key pillars that enabled us to deliver those 4 plants. At the same time now, as we receive with the data AI and the demand, which is a big demand throughout the world, And those hyperscalers, we call them hyperscalers, such as the Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Meta. We've seen in the news lately how they are contracting and collaborating and investing in nuclear energy. As you heard for the last month ago, we saw the Microsoft and Constellation agreeing on reopening the
Restarting 3 Mile Island.
Mile Island. Amazon is being a very active player also in the nuclear scene. Google and Meta also. All of them are competing to secure that base load, clean base load to their data centers, because the GPUs data centers would consume more power. So we see this trend happening, and at the same time, this is one of the reasons that we established the ENIC Consulting. One is to secure our institutional knowledge. We deliver this program from pouring concrete till we secure the fuel load in less than 8 years. Now, compared to any other nuclear programs, this is a very remarkable achievement. And we did this not just by hard work, but also, as I said, all the foundations of the values that I talked about. At the same time, we're preserving this knowledge and trying to also help other nations that we see who wants to secure their energy and achieve sustainability. There are many countries today that are interested about nuclear and they want to start their programs, and they're coming to us with questions. How did we do it in the UAE, and how did we do it in a record time? So capitalizing on that and helping other nations meeting their growing demand, at the same time capitalizing on this growing demand and the data AI, how it's going to transform our lives, it's very, very important that we see. And also the hyperscalers between the big four, they're competing with each other now to see how they could secure a clean base load. So we see this renaissance that's happening in the nuclear, and we are, alhamdulillah, sitting in a very good place where we just delivered our 4th unit, and we're looking for growth.
Fantastic. Great perspective.
Can you repeat the question? I missed it. About putting some notes.
Perspective on how intermittency of renewable assets have maybe changed your view of the energy transition, and or the new wave of all the data center potential growth and how that may be changing your view.
I think both directions are going ahead whether we want them or not. So the more we go for renewables, the more intermittent power supplies are there. This is a fact. And as well, the fourth RI or the fourth revolution is going ahead as well. The more reliance on data, big data, machine learning, AI, all of this is coming, whether we want it or not. So we shouldn't put a lot of effort on assessing whether we should do as much as we should, how we should maximize the opportunity out of it. And I think they come both together. We can't operate. A lot of the audience here probably from electrical background, they cannot operate a network of such an intermittency without smart grids, without the intervention of technology. And but then it brings us to certain things that need to be done. I think there was a discussion here on terms of working on silos or collaborations. Mohammed as well touched base on the need for collective effort. And things, now let me reflect, let me be precise and reflect on the journey we have in the green hydrogen. The way we do it is the role of the government is to set the framework, the policy framework and the regulatory framework. We are not the government is, and in this case, Hydrom is representing the government. We are not the best player to allocate risk and to address risk and to bring technologies. We opened up the framework in a way that those who will sign with us to develop a green hydrogen project, they have the full freedom to do whatever they want to do in their project. Whether they want to rely on solar and wind, what combination they will go for, what sort of technology, even what market they will go for, what sort of certification. But then bring it back to the point of collaboration. One of the certain things that need to be addressed at this stage. Mutually agreed standards. What do we agree? What do we call is green? What's not green? And then when it comes to AI, certain things about security, confidentiality, and a lot of things need to be addressed collectively. Because otherwise, people will be just waiting for certain economies like Europe or elsewhere to drive such an agenda without getting everybody on board and agreeing on certain, at least, principles, then things will get slowed down.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Jens, I'm going to go to you in just a second. The slide QR code is up here, so please start submitting questions, because once we get through this round, we're going to go to what you guys think and what you'd like to hear about. Okay, Jens.
Yeah, so maybe I touch on one of the points you mentioned around setting standards. And I would like to highlight one challenge which pretty much every country will run through. Through which mental model do you look at your energy industry and its transformation? So every country, or a whole bunch of countries, have committed to 50, 60, 70% net zero targets by certain points in time, 2050, 60, and 70. And then they typically start approaching these with the next solar farm, the next wind farm, or the next renewable asset, which can easily work within existing legacy systems, which tend to give much more stability and grid resilience. The point is, though, the more you push that envelope, the tighter the rope you're dancing on. I think that's what you were mentioning earlier on as well. And it's a little bit like, you know that there is a wall right back there, but God, it's 10 years down the line. I still have time, and I invest, and I invest, and I invest with my old mental model, which comes from the past. But the wall is not moving. At some point, you're hitting critical levels, and I would say probably 60% renewables in a system, dealing with it with a legacy system, particularly a grid, which wasn't designed to do such a thing, is going to be a struggle. So we need to shift our mindset at some point in time earlier on in order to make sure that we can actually operate these renewable-based systems safely and securely. So setting standards is 100% important, but through the lens of a future 100% renewable system, not what has helped us in the past will help us in the future. My second comment on data centers would be, in some way, welcome to the club. I know that data centers are not in favor of non-baseload, let's say, energy provision. But when you look a little bit deeper, not everything has to run on 24/7. Actually, batches of algorithms can be calculated more towards a follow-the-sun approach, which would basically allow to be more complementary and better correlation towards the underlying renewable system. Again, a mental model. We will not make the sunshine overnight, and we will not make the wind blow faster and more steady just because we want to. We need to accept these intermittencies and challenges and adjust the rest. Also, behaviors and practices which we have seen in the past and dominated our business life.
Fantastic. And I think we'll hear a lot more about some of that in one of the panels that Daniel and Aiden.
So I think in this, the importance of sharing the information between different countries is becoming an important issue in this, because we are learning from each other. If there is somebody who are ahead of me and he has already faced some of the problems with the intermittency or so on during his development stages, I think we should all learn from each other, and that is an important subject, which is sharing of knowledge. At the same time, I think the importance of more and more of interconnections between countries became valuable, especially when we are talking about different areas with different climates, for example, with Europe, let's say. The importance here become that I have an extra power in some time. Why don't I utilize it in another place? At the same time, maybe they also do. They have it on another occasions. In summer, for example, in Europe, they have extra, and they can provide us with this power. So having an interconnection between countries, having collaboration between countries, having this will enable us all to be more successful. And I was very happy to hear that there is a project between Singapore and Australia, very long undersea cable will be there. So this will open for more and more of ideas, which will help us also to have more and more of the renewable possible.
Fantastic. Thank you. Dr. Ali.
Yeah, so I would say that research in the university could be maybe the solution of those future issues and problems, because universities and research centers, usually they have the stamina and the patience to do these type of research, futuristic type of research. While maybe industry, they are looking for quick solution. I want just to solve my issues right now and so. So that's why back to the collaboration. So everybody should be there under the same umbrella. KFUBM and went through a really an excellent transformative journey in research and even in education. And part of this research transformation is really tackling the energy sector in particular, and also the decarbonization. That's why we introduced actually in our research transformation interdisciplinary centers, actually over 20 interdisciplinary research centers. 2 of them at least directly related to the energy, which is the one of them is the sustainable energy system, and the other one is hydrogen technology and carbon management. Of course, the other centers is also contributing towards energy and decarbonization as well. And also recently we launched our research strategy that is very much aligned with the Kingdom RDIA strategy, which is Research Development Innovation Authority strategy as well. And the major part of the strategy is really related to the energy. One of them is, for example, generating 50% of the electricity from renewable energy sources by 2030. This is actually part of the optimum energy mix. This is a target set by the Kingdom through the Ministry of Energy, in which that we wanted to have this 50% in place of the liquid energy, we replace it with renewable and green energy in general. Reducing, for example, also the cost of clean hydrogen to less than $1 per kilogram. This is one of the national priority as well for the Kingdom in general, and also part of our grand challenges and innovation goals at KFUBM. Achieving net zero by 2060, but of course there will be many steps before that. Reducing the amount of energy used in wastewater treatment by 50%, for example. This is also, so for each of these priorities, we really align very well, as I mentioned, through our grand challenges and innovation goals. And if somebody look, and I encourage you to visit our website, ri.kfubm.edu.sa, to check those, because they are very much related to whatever we are saying. We really developed 44 grand challenges aligned with the 18 priorities of the whole Kingdom. And we articulated even around 82 innovation goals. All of these, or at least 50% of each of these numbers, as I mentioned, is very much related to renewable energy and decarbonization. We are doing a lot of research in academia, from simple things like, but very practical, coating material for solar panels, to N-well hydrogen production with CO2 sequestration, and also even in the translation and research, we also have lots of work in converting polymer waste, which is a global challenge, into even value-added products.
Fantastic. That's a lot of content that you guys are absolutely supporting. And so that ties really well to one of the questions here, and I want to get to some of these. You guys see how much time we have left, so let's try to keep them as succinct as we can. I'm going to start with workforce development because it ties so nicely into what Dr. Ali was saying. So maybe some perspectives from others on the panel on what you're doing to make sure you have an upscaled workforce that will be ready for managing these technologies in the future.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to carry on the last question on the intermittency and the grid. With the nuclear energy, 5.6 gigawatt to the grid, about 40 terawatt hours, that is helping the grid to be more resilient, more secured, and that would enable us more to add more renewables. At the same time, having that base load is very important to get that resiliency that we need, especially with the grid inertia, so we can add more sources of generation. At the same time, Abu Dhabi did very unprecedented something when they introduced the clean certificates. So there is an auction that Emirates Water Electricity Company, they do, where they are selling clean certificates for industries who want to get their electricity from a clean source. So today, we have the cleanest barrel of oil, we have the cleanest aluminum, and we have the cleanest steel production. Now, going back on the workforce development, starting the program back in 2009, we put a lot of investments on our workforce, and we had a lot of scholarships where we sent our students abroad to study nuclear engineering and nuclear science. At the same time, we invested in our schools and universities. So today, we have those graduates are coming from our universities, such as Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi or University of Sharjah. So having that investment early on in such program is very important, very vital to get the right resources that we need. And let's not forget, those nuclear plants are here for the next 60 years. And as what happened in the US, you saw 94 reactors are being extended, and it's easy to extend those nuclear reactors, not just for 60 years, but also to get them to 80 years. So establishing that healthy pipeline in the workforce development is one of our key decisions and the key strategic enablers that we need for the whole program. Also, not just in the scholarships, but getting the right trainings for those operators that we have today. Those operators that we have today, many of them are UAE nationals, many of them get their training from different nuclear plants throughout the world, where they bring that knowledge and bring it home so they could operate those plants safely.
That's great examples of what you've been doing, Enoch. How about some examples over here?
I think one of the key objectives of the energy transition journey in Oman is to create jobs. This is a new market, and we want to design it from the beginning in a way that it's a job creation engine for our national workforce. Let's be specific. So we're moving from intensive labor sort of industries to more of smart grids, things that can be attractive to our local workforce. And then it requires two parallel streams. One is that we identify what would be the future skill sets and future jobs, and require either upskilling or reskilling the existing workforce, mainly oil and gas activities, certain industries, operators, the way they operate the plants, to a more of getting familiar and hands-on on the automation itself. And the other aspect is to maximize the value capture on the opportunities that comes with the energy transition. Let me share another example from what we do in the green hydrogen space. So we signed already 8 contracts, in total $49 billion US, should be spent in the time frame from now until 2030. We put a lot of emphasis on what we call local content or in-country value addition. And then it addresses downstream localization, domestic industry development, either in the downstream industries that will consume hydrogen, steel, cement, fertilizers, or industries that will be contributing to these hydrogen projects. solar panels manufacturing, wind turbines manufacturing, electrolyzers, cables, all the way. And then it has to prove that they create the right jobs for people as well. So one is to create as much jobs through maximizing the value capture within the country. And then the other element is having clarity on what would be the future skill sets, and we work on upskilling and reskilling. The last element, I think, which is very important for such a gathering is that there are a lot of opportunities that we missed in our journey in other sectors. And it's the right time to work collectively as GCC. In the oil and gas, I don't recall much of partnerships within the GCC itself. In the electricity sector, apart from GCCIA, there is no much effort being done. And if we are to stay competitive in this new energy, I think we should work collaboratively in integrating the supply chain, leveraging on the strength of each other, and then we have a unified shared vision on what we want the region to stay competitive. Given that we are one of the economies that has young population, we are growing in terms of population, we are not diminishing.
Fantastic. So I know we're short on time here. I'd like to pull the supply chain thread very shortly. Maybe Jens and Riyad give us some brief perspective on bringing the supply chain local, potentially, what that may look like in terms of things like manufacturing.
Yeah, so from our perspective in NEOM, that's absolutely on our agenda, localization, as much as we can. The question is, do you do that on a project, or do you think just strategically about it and say there could be a series of projects, obviously resulting to it? The tricky part is here, for example, I mean, completely hypothetical. If we were to engage with a battery producer, for example, I'm in the end interested in lowest levelized cost of storage. I'm indifferent from whom I'm buying that service, as long as it delivers lowest cost of energy to my customers in NEOM. So that then needs to go hand in hand with supplier, do you want to come and do you step up in committing towards a cost degradation curve going down, supporting our commitment in NEOM as well? Because that then allows me to offtake respective amounts of that asset.
Okay.
But there are a number of concrete discussions happening as we sit here on the panel.
I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are many discussions happening. Riyad, do you have final thoughts on that, on supply chain?
So actually, what we are usually doing, we give the information about our plan early to all our stakeholders. So we share with them what is our projects, what is our expectation for the coming future, and we arrange with them in order to make sure that they do understand that we have an ambitious program, that there are a lot of things that they should be prepared themselves also, and part of it even local inside Saudi Arabia, because our part of the program is 30% to be inside Saudi Arabia, and this is a very good ambitious. We start with it. We are until now succeed, and I think we are doing very well in this regard.
Okay, well, it's about time to wrap up. We're going to end with two questions, and one is going to be one of these thumbs up, thumbs down things that I made up last panel. Everybody start like this. Go ahead, put it out, your medium. All right, so the question is, this is the most highly rated question that was on Slido. Do you think the pace at which decarbonization-related innovations are moving will help to achieve the net zero target by 2050? Do you think we'll get there? Yep. And we're optimistic on the panel. All right, in order to do that, one-word answers each. What's one word, one thing we can do to get together collaboratively from first of a kind, nth of a kind? Nth of a kind.
Well, collaboration.
Collaboration.
I was going to say collaboration.
Times 2.
Take risk.
Times 3.
Take risk.
Sharing knowledge.
Okay.
Knowledge sharing, I think, is the important thing.
Okay.
Making use uncertainty for you, I would say.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, great. Thank you all for your insights. Again, there were tons of questions. Slido, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
First, we would like to invite His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al Ibrahim on stage. for honoring the speakers and to take a group picture.
Thank you. Thank you.
خذها
Taking a picture?
My pleasure.
Group?
Very good. Lisa?
Perfect.
Ms. Neva Espinoza, Vice President of EDFRI. His Excellency Engineer Mohammed Al-Bureki. His Excellency Engineer Abdul Aziz Al-Shidani, Managing Director, Hydro. Dr. Jens Medrian, Managing Director of Energy, NOAA. Engineer Riyad Al-Umair, Vice President, Power Expert and New Project Saudi Principal Buyer. Dr. Ali Al-Sheikhi, Vice President of Research and Innovation, King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. Let's take a group photo, please. Thank you, everyone. We'll take a 5-minute break until we go to our last panel session. Thank you. Our last session will start in a few minutes. I would like to tell you that lunch will be served after this last session on the first floor in Al-Maha 5 and 4. Our final panel session for today is regional grid optimization to enable reliable, affordable net zero future. This session will focus on the role of a strong regional grid as a critical enabler and affordable energy transition. Considerations will include building new and maximizing existing infrastructure, new technologies, advanced planning and operation capabilities, and market transformation. Let's welcome our moderator for this session, Mr. Daniel Brooks, Senior Vice President of EPRI. Joining him are the speakers and esteemed panelists, His Excellency Engineer Walid Saadi, CEO of National Grid, KSA. His Excellency Dr. Afif Al-Yafi'i, CEO, Transco UAE. His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, CEO of GCCIA. Engineer Vincent Torna, Executive Director, International Affairs, member of the Executive Committee, RTE, VP of Med, TSO. Mr. Young Jin Che, Vice President, Korea Power Exchange. Engineer Abdulrahman Al-Bakr, Managing Production and Water Resources, Planning and Business Development, Kahrama, Qatar. Welcome, everyone.
All right. Can you all hear us okay? Great. Thank you, and I know that we're the last session before lunch, so we'll be extremely interesting for you to keep you engaged. We've talked about a lot so far this morning that's needed for the clean energy transition. We haven't talked as much about the grid. All of the decarbonization studies that are done show that the grid is a key enabler in order to achieve a clean, resilient, reliable, affordable, net zero transition. And we want to spend some time talking about that here today. It's not an easy task though, right? I mean, you're talking about everything about the way we make, move, and use electricity changing at once. And we've got to figure out how to do that in an optimal type way. And so I really do want to spend just a few minutes at the start thinking about, from a transmission perspective, what are the strategies in the region? So we've got 4 of our local regional entities here. I want to start with you, Engineer Walid. You know, what are some of the strategies you're looking at in order to be able to make this transition happen from a grid perspective? And how does regional cooperation play into that?
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really so glad to be part of this panel with my distinguished panelists. So let me start highlighting the strategy of Saudi Electricity Company, which has already been built according or based on 6 main pillars. And one of the most important item of them is to have an environmental efforts and to be also satisfying the requirements for the environmental needs. Definitely, we work under the umbrella of Ministry of Energy, and where there are very ambitious programs, national programs to move towards a net zero target, and mainly is renewable integration, liquid displacement. So in National Grid, which is a subsidiary of SEC, we really play a major part in this regard. So our major role in this one is to penetrate the very ambitious targets for renewable energy integration. As everybody knows that the Kingdom target is to have 50% of its installed capacity from renewable resources, either solar or wind, by 2030. That means we have roughly around 100 gigawatt of renewable energy need to be penetrated safely in the system. And this really imposing a lot of challenges to our system operator to be able to manage such kind of huge renewable energy integration. And also, if somebody recall that in COP28 last year in Dubai, we announced our, as an SEC, accelerated program to achieve net zero by 2050. So this is really imposing a huge challenge in front of us to make it done. So today we are, what you call it, enhancing our network to be able to penetrate this one through building a number of corridors to enable the transferring of this energy from the source to the load, and also utilizing the latest technology to stabilize the system like battery storage, synchronous condenser, and so on. So this is really, a journey that we started and embarking, and it will continue for the coming few years.
Thank you so much. So it gives us some Saudi perspective. From the UAE perspective, Dr. Aziz, what are some strategies you're looking at?
Thank you, Daniel. First of all, it gives me great pleasure to be here with you, with the esteemed panelists, and just to follow through a quick, a quick introduction. So Transco, we are basically a subsidiary of TAQA, and we are responsible for the transmission system in the UAE, power and water. So we're there, we plan, we build, we own, and operate the grids that is facilitating the exchange from where the generation is happening to where the customers are. So we're right there in the middle, and conveniently you placed me over here in the middle between the panelists as well. So yes, we're right there, and we've been hearing there is no energy transition without the transmission and an infrastructure that needs to be there to facilitate that energy transition. I think we've been on a journey, and a recent IEA report indicates that the investments that are required, more than $600 billion a year in the transmission infrastructure worldwide, $600 billion a year, 80 million kilometers, which is equivalent to the existing grids that needs to be there before 2040 if we're able to achieve the targets that all the nations are pledging to. And for that, we've been on a journey in the UAE. We started with whether it is my colleague on the previous panel, Mohammed also mentioned that for the Baraka integration, there was a piece of work that took us 8 to 10 years in order to ensure that the grid is ready to take the 5.6 gigawatts that are being produced. At the same time, there are the large-scale PV deployments that had happened, whether it was Shams. We've got our own terminologies for there, but that was the first one. But then we also have a Dhafra PV, 1.5 gigawatts in one location. Wow. And for that, again, many years of planning, many years of studies, ensuring that, again, you're asking me about the strategies. The strategy is that we need to ensure reliable, resilient integration and ensuring that the same level of service that we used to provide with conventional generation, we're able to get that same level to the customers using PV, wind, or nuclear. So the customer does not want to see an impact on the quality of the power that they're getting. And for that, I think the first thing is we need to continue our plans in order to ensure the same levels of reliability, resiliency. But then the second one is that it's going to be a very challenging time. During the breaks, I was speaking to Abdullah over here, and all of us as we're faced with the supply chain constraints that we're getting in the world, because this is a journey that the entire globe is going at the same time with accelerated targets. So we're actually tapping into the same resources. We're tapping into the same let's say, value chain or the ecosystem that is available today that also needs to cope up with the requirements and the demands that we've got. And of course, the interconnections, we're working closely with Bunaif over here, but this is also a start where then we can share some of these, whether it's the reserves or it's the inertia or it is some of the, the benefits that we tap into when we are interconnected into a composite kind of a grid that helps us to ensure that the first or the second obstacles are also addressed. So challenging times. We've been on a journey. We already started. We've got plans for further integration, but then we're tapping into or we're getting into an uncharted territory as these levels increase. And probably I'll spend a few minutes towards the end on that.
Great. Yeah. So challenging times. It's fortunate that we've got such excellent folks working on it. And segue to you, Engineer Ahmed, very easily. Dr. Aziz said, the ability to share some of those grid services that are needed for that reliable integration. What are some of the strategies from an interconnection perspective that you're looking at?
Well, thank you, Daniel. Well, the GCC interconnection on its own is a strategic project that has been established to achieve integration between the GCC countries. And at the beginning, of course, we were talking about energy security being the major thing that we are targeting. But with this kind of energy transition, the importance of the interconnection has been also emphasized more than before, because we have to provide and become an enabler for the GCC countries to achieve their targets and to achieve this energy transition targets. And that has initiated a way that we have to evolve with the current evolution of the GCC countries. And on that, there are certain requirements that relate to, firstly, the capacities that we have. So there's more capacities required for interconnection between the member states because there are more requirements. And now we are doing projects for expanding parts of our grid, and we have more studies to expand. So that's one part, increasing the capacities. Secondly, creating a market where we can utilize the market to exchange the different types of electricity, especially renewable energy, where we will be having excess renewable energy on our system, and we need to have a platform to ensure that the member states can utilize this platform to exchange the energy and utilize it more. The third, I would say that GCCIA is not only an interconnection between the people, but it's interconnection between not the interconnection between the grid, interconnection between the people, interconnecting the ideas and the visions also. So we target to be a platform for exchanging experiences, for harmonizing visions, harmonizing strategies between the GCC countries, and also our partners outside of the GCC countries. We are part of many organizations in order to achieve this goal. Of course, we started our collaboration with IPRI in 2019, and this is one of the fruits of this collaboration. We have many other initiatives going on with that. We are also a member of Go15. We have been an active member of Go15, where it is also a platform to exchange experiences and transfer all this knowledge between the different states. And through these kind of exchanges, I think on the long term, as said in panel 2, it's about collaboration. It's about collaboration. It's about trying to learn from each other. It's trying to have this kind of harmonized strategy going forward. And these, I think, strategies is very important, especially that we need now new technologies that needs to be developed. And with this kind of collaboration together, we can achieve the new technologies. Also, let's not forget about our service providers and manufacturers also, where they have to be with us on this journey so that we can develop the technologies required for the future. Yeah. So these are some of the things that we are doing in the GCIA to achieve these goals.
I want to come back to some of the collaboration, the markets that you talked about, so we can have a conversation. Get sort of a final perspective from the region with Engineer Abdulrahman. What are you seeing in terms of strategies from Karama in terms of enabling the transition with the grid?
Thank you, Daniel. I'd like to highlight what you mentioned earlier, that it all starts with the grid. It's a hurdle for us in the region. When we established and put strategies to achieve net zero, that we have the challenge in the region that the power subsidized. Is hugely subsidized. So the beginning of this year in Qatar, we've announced the Qatar National Strategy for Renewables. Our target was not only to reduce the carbon emission, our target was greatly for the security of energy and diversifying our energy mix. So we wanted, through our policies, to encourage not only the developers to have the developers compete in our diversifying the energy mix, but also to involve the people to have the distributed renewable policies, which we announced in August. Hugely, we wanted the people to be part on achieving our targets for net zero. While in the region we might not have been very highly percentage in reaching that. In 2030 we focused on reaching only 18%. But it will improve with the time, but this 18% cover only the utility scale project. So we started the process in two directions. From the distributed aspect, Qatar is a country that has a huge industrial customers. So we wanted to open their appetite to be our distributed renewables in one way, and increasing our portfolio in the utility scale. Not only that, recently, just this month, we are having we just awarded our upcoming gas turbines. With that, we've added the option for decarbonization and CCS.
Very good. Yeah, so
Thank you.
come back to the distributed aspect of that as well. It's important for the conversation. Engineer Ahmed, you talked about collaboration, not just within the region, but outside the region. We certainly can learn from each other. And Vincent, Europe's several years into sort of the transition at this point. What can you give us in terms of perspectives on interconnection technology, how those can play in order to benefit the broader optimization of resources?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I can give the kind of European perspective. I'm representing RTE, the French TSO, transmission and system operator. So with infrastructure owners, almost the size of the Saudi transmission grids, more or less. And system operator in France, and we are already highly interconnected with our neighbors in Europe. So as you mentioned, we're in a journey of decarbonizations and renewable integration in the system. As a member of ENSOE, we develop rules with our neighbors, interconnections, capacities. Also members of MEDTSO, so having a kind of master plan around the Mediterranean Sea to connect north, south, east, west countries around the regions, on looking now with neighbors of the MEDTSO, the Mediterranean regions, like the Arabian Peninsula, through Egypt or through Iraq, as GCCIA mentioned. We're also a member of Go15 for the exchange of ideas, innovation, I would say, and technological issues. Our main challenges at the moment, I think, are all the same. I mean, as infrastructure owner, we're ahead of massive grid investments. And the example I have for France is the development, as we are responsible to connect the offshore windmills, to develop the offshore technology. We are heading for 18 gigawatts of offshore wind generation by 2035, maybe 45 gigawatts at the horizon of time 2050. So it's one or two connections of new offshore windmills each year from now, every year from in the 10 or 20 years to come. The other challenges is about interconnections. We're already managing 37 interconnections with our neighbors, 18 gigawatts of maximum exchange capacity. Maybe we will double that at the horizon of time of 2045, 2050, if things goes well. You know, in Europe, we have this acceptations problem at the local level, environmental integrations, that we are not sure of the rhythm we can do that, but still the objective is here to integrate more. We also integrate new technology like the direct current technology, HVDC. And as we have already operating several of these technologies, we have a technological center with high expertise in France, how to integrate this direct current technology in the Synchroneos system. It's not that simple. What provides RTE and RTE International, our subsidiary around that, is how to integrate this technology in the Synchroneos system. It's not only engineering, we do that, but also how will it work tomorrow in this more complex system. And so the other part of the journey is about how to manage the complexity in the system. This is the system operation. And here we are really looking also about innovations, like we're developing digital substations to monitor closer to real time, to have a more modular approach of what will be the control and common technology in our substations tomorrow. So we call it Airspace. It's an open source software approach where we can connect different appliances to the substations in a more open and modular way. And we are installing that on our network at the moment in our substation in France. Another example is how to integrate more renewable sources at local level. I think we all have to do our homework at our national system, how to integrate better to lower the curtailment level of waste generation as much as we can. And so we are developing an automated approach on our system at local, regional, and national level to be closer to real time, to know better what's going on our network, and try to integrate more renewable and less curtailment by automated approach. And the last example is about artificial intelligence, I guess, because all this means more data in the system, more data collections we do, and so we try to develop expert system to assist our operation, the system operators closer to real time to have different ways of looking at the system operation. It's increasing complexity.
Yeah. Many solutions are going to be needed in order to get us there, and you give us a good sense of those. Young Jin, talk just for a second about markets. From the Korean perspective, you all have looked at organized markets and how those can help to share some of the responsibilities and the resources that are needed. What can you offer in terms of potential benefits of that?
Yeah, thanks for having me, speaker. And this is my first time in Saudi. I'd like to some opinion about benefits of the organized market. If you type what is the benefit of the organized market in ChatGPT, you can get 10 more answers. But from my experience, I can give you, there are 4 explicit benefits of the organized market. One hidden benefit, this is very important for me. First one is enhanced reliability. If you get more capacity, if you get interconnected, there's a high chance that you can get more shocks from the outer system. But if you connect it, you can pull more efficient resources to overcome those shocks. And second one is if you more renewables, you need more efficient price signal. The organized market give you the price signal, and such as you need, if you more VRE, variable renewable resources, you need more flexibility resources. For example, various types of the demand responses, energy storage system, or fast speed gas turbines, and that those types of resources are kind of expensive, and you give them right signal. If you don't give the right signal, it's more difficult to get those types of resources at the right time. The time is very important. And third one is that, how can I say this? If you wanted to get net zero electricity system, you will need new technology like SMR or hydrogen. But those types of technologies is very hard to find right signal, right price signal. So in the cases, if you have some very well organized market, those organized market give like proper platform for those types of new technologies. For myself, I think power system is kind of computer hardware, let's assume. Then organized market is like OS. If your OS is defective, it is very hard to get full potential from your hardware system. I think the right organized market is very important if you want to exploit your hardware. Yeah, right. And then Last one is that from my own experiences, organized market is very powerful communication to all the stakeholders. Without market, it's very hard to find correct decision making. But if you have a market, it became more transparent, it became more proper to get the right answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Young Zen. So we're a big panel. Going down the row on every question doesn't get us a lot of interaction. So we're going to kind of change up a bit. I'm going to ask a question, and we're going to sort of interact and play off of one another here. If you've got a thought on something that one of your other panelists says, renewables integration kind of focused through all of your comments already.
Yeah.
It's obviously a big part of what we have to do. So what do you think is the number one need in terms of capability or investment to enable renewable integration? I'm going to start with you, Engineer Waleed, and then we'll just see how we go. And not everybody has to comment, but if you have a comment, jump in. So,
Yeah, it is really challenging everywhere, and especially with the massive penetration of this renewable energy. I think the only way is to open the door widely for innovation solution and deployment of latest technology that can predict any, fluctuation, intermittences in the renewable energy. Normally, our system operator, I think this guy sitting in front of me, he's suffering always from how to maintain the system in a reliable and a stable position. And that's why we are in SEC and National Grid pushing always, to go for the latest and very innovative solution. As highlighted in the beginning, that we are deploying number of battery storage. Today we have roughly 4.5 gigawatt 4 hours battery storage, as well as synchronous condenser. Those two main projects that will help a lot our system operator to maintain the stability of the system. Beside also prediction technology like inertia measurements that give you, an advanced alarm about whatever, could happen in your system. And finally, I think, as highlighted this morning by Dr. Arshad, that the interconnection, cross-border interconnection, is something mandatory so far today to utilize, number one, the massive renewable energy available in your network, and also to optimize also your investment in the conventional network. Today, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are now in process to finalize and commission the interconnection with Egypt, and this will happen, inshallah, the first stage in mid of 2025. We have also, a negotiation with Jordan and Iraq, and also I'm leading also a very, promising project to interconnect Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Greece, and this is in the techno-economical pre-feasibility these days. I think with the completion of this very promising project, we will be in a better shape to better utilize our renewable resources and also to maintain the stability of our system, as well as optimizing our investment.
Dr. Aziz, anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, I'd like to add this. I tend to agree with Abdullah over here that yes, the challenge is so mammoth that everyone has got a role to play. And then he mentioned the technology. He mentioned, I'll just add during the World Utility Congress last month in Abu Dhabi, there was in one of the opening remarks, there was a mention of that there is, the most efficient kilowatt is a kilowatt not produced. So it all starts from the area where, you start with the demand management, the demand response, all of the works that, we heard Dr. Arshad in the morning talking about the virtual, let's say virtual plants. And so it starts from the energy efficiency, starts from, we'll need to move away from the historical way or the traditional way of doing things that we're planning for the peak, and we continue, we need to put the system operators into a little bit of a pressure that they need to come up with forecasts and also other means rather than only, doing it the old way of doing things. So yes, the technologies are important. The battery storage, I believe it's going to play an important role in the way we go forward and everything that needs to happen to the grid. But then we also do not forget the role of the regulator over here, where it's majority of us who operate in a regulated environments, and there is this agility that we've seen and the flexibility as we're moving into this new phase, the new uncharted territory, that we're getting into the support system that is put in front of us so that we can, navigate this era kind of in a together partnership way of dealing with it. And maybe one of the, again, as the technologies and progress, we will have the likes of APRI to support us with the knowledge sharing among all of us in order to be able to not to reinvent the wheel every time we're trying to tap into the new technologies that are coming into our way in the transmission business. Maybe a final point on that one is also the authorities at the end. See, our projects are long. We are the last one to start and the first one that needs to be in place in order to facilitate that transition. So if we continue working on the same timelines, it's normally 12 to 14 years to deliver transmission projects. This needs to change if we want to make it to or achieve or be even close to achieving those targets that are set in front of us. For that, we'll need the authorities, whether it's the municipalities or the other authorities over here to continuously stay close to the utilities in order to facilitate that transition.
Thanks, Dr. Aziz. Some of you have already started putting questions in, so we're getting those. Please continue to do that. Anybody else want to comment on the renewables? Yeah,
of course. I will naturally support what my colleague said about interconnections. So this is my business. I have to promote my business. But I think we need to also move from just being an interconnection to the integration level, where we have to integrate whatever resources that we have in a harmonized way at the planning and at the operation level. We cannot just continue to be connected system who operate, without any kind of integration. I think we need to move to the next level of integration, of optimizing our resources, of having common resources that can benefit all. And that needs really a unified way and a vision on these kind of investments and these kind of resources. For instance, one of the projects we were exploring was to have like a mass energy storage that can be maybe invested in by the GCIA, maybe utilized by all the GCC member states. I think, why not? Why don't we explore these kind of common projects that will optimize really our investment and that will, serve all our plans, because the plans of the GCC countries are almost going in the same direction. So it's time, I think, to move to the integration level, to move to more optimized utilization of projects and investments.
Yeah. Anybody else want to comment on the renewables integration? You mentioned that moving from integration to optimization across, and I hear the term used for integrating distributed resources a lot, orchestration, but it really is orchestration of all of the resources that you have available and being able to do that. One way to do that is through the markets that you mentioned, that Xiangling mentioned. Do we, and Dr. Aziz, you mentioned that we need regulation to come along to help us to support that. From a regulation and or markets perspective, what's the transformations that are needed there to enable where we're at? Anybody want to jump on that? Market transformation, what's needed? Do the existing markets incent both the development and the deployment of the resources that we need? Are there things that we need to do? Or on the regulation side, are there things that we need to do differently?
I think loosen up our policies. We have conventional policies that, for instance, I think in a GCC scale, we have to think about demand response more. We have bulk customers that we have to give them the appetite to work as a demand response, because none of our states going to stop installing renewables. We are all going for more renewables into the network. But in the meantime, we have a very similar climate, and all of us have the same challenges on a grid-wise. So for that, I cannot deal with having more peaking units, for instance, which is also gas, and it's not. It will also be a challenge for me to solve the net zero with having more peaking to solve the renewables. So the only way I feel that we need to work on it is opening up to the demand response, and that will not happen only if we open up our policies. Because even the clients who wants to work as a demand response, he doesn't want a 25-year or 15 or 20 years contracts with him. And that goes into the other issue of take or pay. Many of those challenges doesn't give an appetite for the client to work to give us this kind of opportunity for it. So what I think is loosen up the policies, the main grid regulations,
Okay.
which is almost somehow similar in all the states.
Yeah, one of the most obvious challenges
Can
for
even facilitate for the Gulf trading also.
Yeah, Engineer Waleed.
Yeah, one of the most obvious challenges for the interconnection with the cross-border interconnection that the two operators are working under different regulator. So we have to consider this. In a very early stage, and this can be resolved through the framework agreement between the two governments, and then escalate down to the business-to-business alignment in order to resolve any challenges with regard to the regulator mandatory.
Yeah, very good point. So it takes more than just wanting to do it. There's a lot of foundational development. Has to happen. Vincent, you look like you wanted to say something, and I know.
Just to jump in the conversation about these regulatory issues. The experience of Europe is that the more you're integrated, the more interconnection capacity develops, the more you need network codes, common codes, even though everybody stays in own national regulation scheme, though you need a minimum common rules to live with and for the interconnections to be optimized and market-wise. And the flexibility issue about demand becomes a real big issue, and we are working on it only now in Europe, just to be sure that we give the right incentives to the consumers, industrials, or perhaps offices, buildings, and so on, to get more flexibility, because we need that. We know that in the future we will need all the actors of the system to contribute to the complexity, but make them life simple, because they are not here to help to do our job at our place. But what are the right incentives? What are the right schemes? This is really things going on at the moment.
Go ahead.
I want to add 3 points. South Korea is a system of 150 gigawatts without any interconnection. But the problem is that we have one government, but regulation is always changing. It's only the 2-3 is not a problem. Only sometimes one regulation can be a problem. So if you want to make things happen, if you want things go smooth transition, I always talk to politicians and government officers. You have to consistent regulatory policy whatsoever. That's very important in the short term and the long term. And second one, now recently, there is a very, how can I say this? Everything is changing. I think basic business model of the traditional electricity industry is changing. In the past, there was no negative price. Now we have it. If you have more renewables, you will get a negative price, but you need flexible resources, which is very expensive. Who's going to pay for it? That's the question we have, but which is not yet unanswered. I think that's our job to answer the question, maybe now, maybe in the future. The other one is that nowadays South Korea has a demand response program, which is like 5 gigawatts, which has a demand response. But we think we have more coming to balance the system from a consumption part. And it will, help to mitigate those flexibilities and some sudden changes into the system. I think those 3 things should be considered in the GCCI area too, I think.
Yeah. Our time goes so quickly. I'm going to go ahead and move us. So it's obvious that stronger collaboration, cooperation helps to support renewable integration because you get that diversity of resources, you get the diversity of the grid services that can be provided from across other areas. I want to move just for a minute, we're going to have to be quick, on resilience. All of this is happening in the context of increased hazards that are exposing themselves across the grid, whether that be extreme weather or whether it be cyber or whatever. How does cooperation and stronger interconnection provide benefits from a resilience standpoint? Anybody want to jump in and throw out a first thought?
No, you know, last year was a year that was kind of unprecedented. Many of you probably know that, you know, in April this year, we had one of the major weather events in the UAE. And I think the system, while it demonstrated its resilience, but at that time, we tapped into the GCCIA, we tapped into the interconnections that we've got, but also there was the groundwork that was already there, being a critical infrastructure that we had our preparedness, our plans, and definitely as we need to consider it as a norm as we go forward. So this is the climate change that we're talking about. This is the climate change that we're putting all of these plans to go to net zero, but we're faced with the difficulty of having this, what was equivalent to 4 years of rain in a single day.
Yeah.
And that was, a place where, yes, there were interruptions, there was a lot of things, but the ability, first of all, to navigate that time, and then on top of that is how fast we were able to come back online, back to the customers. No one slept that night with no electricity. So yes, both on a transmission and a distribution network. So lots of things needs to be done, but there are also lots of sharings that we need to be doing in order to ensure that if this becomes the norm, then what are the plans from an operational side, from a building side, from civil codes, from a grid kind of codes that are required in order to do that? So, yeah.
Anybody else want to comment on?
Yeah, I think it starts earlier. Whenever you have a business continuity function, that you need to create different scenario for any crisis that could take place any time. So, by creating this scenario, testing your ability to recover and to be resilient, this is very important to pinpoint where you would like to, to pay attention. Either it is something to invest in the network itself, or in the capability, or even in the collaboration with the neighbor country that can help a lot in helping you to recover fastly and safely from any crisis that could happen anytime.
Yeah. So somehow we're already just to 7 minutes left, and I told each of you I would give you 1 minute at the end to sort of give your one big thing. If there's one big thing that I could get, a benefit that I get from this stronger regional collaboration, what might that be? What development? What capability? So I'm going to start at the other end, come down, and let us finish up with Engineer Waleed. So, closing 1 minute thought on, what is the biggest potential benefit development that you'd like to see to bring that stronger collaboration and benefits, Engineer Abdulrahman? I'll come back to you.
Okay, yes, come back to me.
So from a Korean perspective, what would you say?
In the past, I already told my colleague, or some reporters and politicians, that in the past, slowly but surely is okay for the whole system, the benefit. But now, not slowly, fast.
Yeah.
And surely at the right time, if we wanted to reap all the benefits. That's all I want to say.
Oh, very good. I like that. I was going to actually close with something like that. Vincent.
Well, about interconnection, it's hard to pick up one only thing when in the European context. We see interconnection as a resource for flexibility and, of course, sharing benefits, but we have also to be mindful about the complexity. When we are highly interconnected, of course, we share the common destiny. So it's about sharing and complexity.
Yeah. So you're not saying that it's easy. We hear that all the time, right? We need to be collaborating across it, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of work to do it.
But it's an operator view, maybe, not a political one, but when it comes to technical and quality of the supply, then it's quite difficult. Yeah, but it has to be done.
Yeah. Engineer Ahmed, it occurs to me I should give you the last word since you are the interconnection authority. I'll come to you at the very end. We'll come to you at that point. Dr. Aziz.
So, I think we kind of emphasize on the role of partnership, right? And we established that, the challenge in front of us requires, a lot of investments into the grid. But it's not really only a technical challenge or investment challenge that we have in front of us. We've got multi-stakeholder challenges that we need to navigate. So it's not only the technical challenge, and for that, gone are the days really where you think of the problem only domestically. We'll really need to look at it in a composite system where interconnections come and have a role to play, and let's say platforms that we utilities or grid operators, grid owners forge in order to navigate this time. For that, in that context, we are kind of co-chairing the UNESA, which is the Utilities Net Zero Alliance. It's got a number of utilities that are actually sending the right signals to the market in terms of the amount of investments that are required in the next few years, so that let's say the entire ecosystem listens to those signals and starts actioning accordingly. So partnerships, I would say, Daniel.
Thank you. Engineer Waleed.
Yes, please. I think the only way to overcome today and tomorrow challenges is to move with a brave heart with the innovation and innovative solution. Otherwise, you will just, stay at your, place and will never, going any further step front. Having said that, also we need also to pay big attention to young talent. Young talent are the future of our stability of the grid network. So we would like always to give them the chance to speak and to innovate the solution, even if it appears in the beginning that crazy and something beyond the logic. So I think this is very, very important to be considered by all leaders in the energy sector.
So I like it. Brave heart, I heard, and not too crazy. Nothing's too crazy. I like that. Very good. Come back to you, Engineer Abdulrahman.
Sorry. Because I thought that the demand response would cover this, but other aspect, I think we have to think about exploring the best carbon capture or decarbonization scheme that fit our region. Now, we know for a fact that all our next procurements that would require from us to have a put-off option, which is a carbon capture or any other technology. The market itself is not mature enough. We are not getting many clear direction in that. Having a hydrogen policy doesn't work for smaller states. It needs land. It doesn't work for the Qatar or Bahrain or Kuwait. It might fit the Saudi and UAE platform, but for us, it's the prices and the land is a big issue, and it's not attracting developers for that. So if I would think one aspect that we need to explore as a GCC is exploring what's the best carbon capture or decarbonization scheme that would fit us in the region.
Perfect. Thank you. Engineer Ahmed, you get to pull all of these socks together and
well, I know
help.
I'm the only thing standing between them and lunch, so I'll make it very brief. I think, as I said, to achieve the grid of the future that will really enable a net zero future, we need interconnections are a must. But as I said, going for integration, that means there's much more complexities in what. This is where the role of innovation, the role of new technologies like the one that IPRI is exploring, for instance, will be a must in the future. We cannot operate the future grid with this kind of complexities with the classical ways of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So we have to really go and pursue these kind of changes. We have to be bold, but we need to do things fast, because things are happening in a very fast pace, so we cannot wait. We have to move yesterday so that we can achieve things tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, and I'm going to play off that to end us in the next 5 seconds. But one of my colleagues has a saying he uses all the time. It says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Figuring out how to go far, because we have to go very far, right? We need to go together, and that's what you all are looking at doing and some of the ideas that we had. The only problem is we got to go fast, too.
Yes.
We got to go fast to go far. So there's so much we didn't get to. We'll maybe during lunch be able to carry on some additional conversations. Didn't get to talk about the challenges of some of these things, dig into the markets a little more. We can do that. We'll talk in sessions tomorrow about flexibility and some of the new technologies. But thank you so much. I hope it was useful for you all. Let's give a hand to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, and to all the speakers. We would like to invite Mr. Yaqub Al-Kayoumi on the stage to take a group picture and honor the speakers. Mr. Daniel Brooks, Senior Vice President of EPRI. His Excellency Engineer Waleed Al-Saadi, CEO of National Grid. His Excellency Dr. Afif Al-Yafi'i, CEO of Transco. His Excellency Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, CEO, GCCIA. Engineer Vincent Torna, Executive Director, International Affairs, member of the Executive Committee, RTE, VP of Med TSO. Mr. Young Jen Che, Vice President, Korea Power Exchange. Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Bakr, Manager, Production and Water Resource Planning and Business Development, Kahrama, Qatar. Thank you for everyone. We'll just take a group photo, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to see you tomorrow. The sessions will start at 8:30 morning. Please enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy lunch on the first floor, Al-Maha 4 and 5. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.